Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter had devilish mystic soul? Part 6. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Harry had almost burst in excitement as Krenos appeared in his most Krenos-like way, not even trying to hide his mystic soul powers and presenting himself fully as who he was. Nothing in Harry's mind made him doubt that Krenos would be able to handle any of the students and staff if they tried to cause any problems. And if they tried anything, they would most likely get slapped by a vine or punched by a tree. And if he was being honest with himself, he wanted to see at least one of those things happen, especially to Snape or Malfoy. And that was not even his first thought, as a lot of his brain was actually still focused on the amazing scenery around them. It was breathtaking. Crystal Rose was easily one of the most beautiful places that he has ever seen in his life. The castle itself, the lake, the forest, all the statues, and even the greenhouse and the stables that could be seen at the back of the school also appeared to be very stunning. He could not stop thinking about how lucky Krenos and the other mystic souls were to live and go to school in such an incredible place. Plus, it was also like he could feel the magic in the air. It felt so freeing, so calming, and it felt like his heart had gotten a hug. It just felt like home. Plus, it did also help that Krenos was there, and he had already been showing that he was a better friend than what Krenos had named, annoying trio. And how he would finally get to meet Krenos' sister, who he had been curious about since Krenos first mentioned that he had a twin. Plus, he said that Melody was a music mage and he loved music. He could not hear it much at Hogwarts since it was just the frog choir that was around, and he did not think that they were really any good. And he never did get why anyone would think frogs could make good music. No disrespect to Professor Flitwick, of course, since he did run the frog choir. He did still worry about what would happen once it came out that it was a mystic soul school. No way any of the students would take anyone insulting their school and fellow mystic souls lying down. And as entertaining as that would probably be, he did not want Crystal Rose to deal with the British ministry causing trouble for them, because British magical people did not know when to shut up. It honestly did surprise Harry that no one was freaking out yet, especially given that Krenos had just appeared in a swirl of leaves and flower petals. You would think that someone would have put two and two together about Krenos' powers when he does not even try to hide them. Not that he even should, since they are really amazing. He expected that there was going to be one massive explosion once they learned about the mystic souls, especially from Umbridge, since she was most likely one of those ministry idiots that wanted only pureblood wand users to exist in the magical world. Krenos stood in the front of the group, not fazed at all by the number of them. In fact, he looked more like he had been expecting more students and staff than the number that actually showed up. But he had a job to do, and nothing was going to stop him from doing it. Plus, he wanted to verbally slap these idiots if they dared to try and insult his home or his people. "My apologies, my boy," Dumbledore started. "Let me stop you." Right there, Krenos was having no nonsense at all. "I am not your boy, so do not refer to me as such. I am Mr. Gardner to you." Harry and the twins really needed to stop themselves from laughing as they saw the shocked look on the students, staff, and especially Dumbledore's faces. No one had ever talked to Dumbledore like that, and yet here was a teenager of all people saying these things to him. Not to mention that he was the first ever person to stop Dumbledore from referring to him as "my boy," since he calls almost every guy he comes across that. Something that Harry actually found very creepy. "Well, you can't say that Krenos pulls back any punches," Fred says. "He would not be Krenos if he did," George chuckled. "Too true," Harry nodded in agreement. "Now, let us begin your tour," Krenos says as he turns around to lead the way toward the school. "An adult should be leading us, not a child," Umbridge said in a very annoying tone. "I am more than capable," Krenos says. "You will soon find that every student here is just as capable as any of the teachers. After all, we are not your average witches and wizards." "And why is that?" McGonagall asked. Harry could have sworn that he saw a smirk flash on Krenos' face. It was like he knew that this would be the perfect opportunity to reveal what Crystal Rose really was. What types of witches and wizards are actually taught at the school. He knew that most of them most likely did not know about Crystal Rose, So he was the perfect person to drop that bomb on them. Because Crystal Rose is a very special school, Krenos said, turning back to them. Welcome to Crystal Rose Academy of Mysticism. School for Mystic Souls. It was like a switch as he flipped inside of each of them. The Muggleborns might not know what mystic souls were, but most pureblood and magic-raised half-bloods knew what they were. Sure, there were those that saw their magic as just magic, but there was a vast majority of them that hated those that were very obviously more powerful than them. The paranoia was very real. If there was one thing that Harry and his Real friends knew, it was that most of the students and even staff basically shared a single brain cell that was barely in use. It usually took a straightforward answer for any of them to get anything right. Why in the name of Salazar Slytherin would you allow us to be put in danger by coming to this so-called school? Yelled out Draco Malfoy. They'll kill us all before we could draw our wands, Zacharias Smith shouted. They're nothing but monsters, Ron yelled, making Harry scowl at his very bigoted former friend. They will be the death of all of us, screamed Cho Chang. They can't be trusted to not use this as a chance to destroy us, Marietta Edgecombe screamed. Freaks, was yelled by someone that was shown to be a Gryffindor. Harry had to hand it to Krenos. He and his people were being insulted, but he did not lose his temper. It was probably because he knew that something like this was going to happen once he informed them of what type of school that they were now at. Now, I get that you all have been raised to think that mystic souls are some monstrous people that are out to get you all, but let me just say that anyone that believes that are all idiots, Krenos stated. I can see why you are friends with him, Neville tells Harry, chuckling. Krenos takes no prisoners when he verbally slaps them, Harry says. He really knows how to shut people up, even if for a little while. How dare a creature like you talk to upstanding purebloods? Umbridge snapped at Krenos. You call me a creature, and yet you look like the unholy combination of a toad and a very ugly human. Krenos threw back at her. Okay, there were a lot of them that had no chance to do anything but to burst into laughter. Krenos was right. After all, many of the students, even ones that also hate mystic souls, could not help but laugh when something that funny was said. And the fact that Krenos somehow kept a straight face when he said it made it even funnier. Umbridge obviously did not like it. It especially being shown with how red her face had gotten. It did not help that Flitwick, Hagrid, and even Madame Pomfrey were all with the other teachers and staff trying very hard not to laugh. Madame Pomfrey, Filch, and even Madame Pants the librarian had come with the rest of the staff since otherwise, they would have been all alone at Hogwarts. I like Krenos more every time that we see him, Fred said. I could not agree more, brother of mine, George agreed. I just hope that we can actually get the actual tour going before the sun sets, Harry says. Not that I don't love hearing Krenos' sassy comebacks, but I really want to see the rest of the school. Yeah, me too, Neville agreed with Harry. I can see you eyeing their greenhouse from here, Neville, so I know which place you want to see, Harry snickered. You are the one that told me that Krenos is a nature mystic soul, Neville said. You cannot tell me that and expect me to not be excited when I see a greenhouse at his school. Okay, point made, Harry shrugged. Krenos could tell that things were gonna get out of control, and as much as he liked insulting the idiots of the British magical world, he had better things to do than deal with these headache-inducing morons. He wanted to meet friends of Harry's that were not idiots, and he also wanted him to meet his friends as well. So, he took his index finger and thumb, putting them together, and then inserted them into his mouth. He let out a loud whistle that probably would have shattered any glass that was close to him. Harry thought that he was lucky to still have glasses that did not shatter from the shriek-like whistle. Okay, obviously you people need a lesson in reality, Krenos says. 1. Mystic souls are not out to get you, and will only attack in self-defense. 2. You are all a bunch of idiots. 3. The fact that we agreed to let you come here even knowing how you feel about us shows that we have bigger hearts than all of you combined. 4. You are all morons. 5. Magic is magic no matter the type that people use or where it comes from. And 6. You are all complete utter idiots. Seriously, I love this kid, Fred laughed. He's a riot that could rival even our sense of humor. George also laughed. The fact that he can so casually throw insults at an entire school with no fear at all shows that he really does not care who he verbally slap and how many he slaps at once, Harry said. Like how Olivia spoke to them all when she handed both Fudge and the Daily Prophet those lawsuits for their slander against me. So, That's why they stopped printing those horrible stories about you. Neville had been confused why those articles had so suddenly stopped. Krenos said that his family has always been powerful, Harry explains to Neville. The Gardner family is about 4,000 years old and is known for their powerful, kind, and protective members. One of the most powerful and ancient mages of magical Greece was actually a Gardner. Wow, Neville gasped. No kidding, Harry chuckled. Now, before you lot make me lose any more brain cells, let's get this tour going, Krenos said. Now, none of them tried to say anything, and those that did were just ignored. Having been reminded that they actually did permission to be at the school must have brought them back to how it was both. Dumbledore and the Ministry approved of the trip. It occurred to none of them that the Ministry did not know what type of school that Crystal Rose was, nor that Dumbledore did not care about their education when he set this trip up. Krenos took full advantage of how he was aware of things that they were not. He did like the look on the pink toad's face when she was silently screaming about how the Ministry did approve of this trip. Proof that they were not as smart as they thought they were. Sending a school of wand users to a mystic soul school without even learning the type of school that Crystal Rose even was. Well, he certainly knows how to keep control, Neville says as everyone started following the nature mage to the school. Of both all these people and his own emotions, we are probably just lucky he hasn't turned anyone into a tree yet, Harry stated. Why was there a yet in your sentence? Neville looked a little nervous now. Hey, it would not be one of us. So you have nothing to worry about, Nev. Harry patted his friend on the back. If it would be anyone, Fred started. It would probably be our annoying little brother, George says. He did just call Mystic Souls monsters, Fred said. But then there is also the know-it-all and our creepy little sister, George added. Not to mention the bleached peacock known as Malfoy, Fred says. Many annoying people he could do that to, George finished. Has anyone ever told you two that listening to you talk is like watching a tennis match? Harry told the two of them. By many, many, many Muggleborns, the twins answered. That made the two other wizards laugh. Fred and George had always been like a human version of a tennis match. Their twin talk was very entertaining and only really annoyed those that did not know the twins as well as others did. Getting closer to the school, it was easier to see just how beautiful that it was. The school itself looked as if it was brand new, and not as ancient as Hogwarts looked sometimes. Plus, there were also statues dotted here and there of magical creatures. At the entrance of the school, there were statues of 7 different magical creatures. Crystal Rose has 7 houses, Krenos explains. Each one is represented by a magical creature that is a representation of one of the original elements of magic. Dragon for fire, siren for sound, mermaid for water, unicorn for light, dryad for earth, griffin for air, and winter wolf for ice. As per the agreement made when we accepted you all here for the year, you will each be sorted into one of the houses so that the dorms have enough room between all of them to house you all. The 7 statues of the creatures were all very well made, and they were not even presented in a way that would show if any house was favored over the others. They were randomly placed, and seemed to be more sorted around the front door by size than house importance. From left to right, the order of the statues was dragon, siren, dryad, unicorn, mermaid, winter wolf, and then griffin. The 2 biggest statues are on the ground next to the entrance with the smaller ones around and over the entrance. What are the qualities of each house? A Ravenclaw student asked. Krenos was glad that someone was brave enough to ask questions. It made it easier to go from one topic to another instead of trying to force everything out as if he was a museum tour guide that had to pretend like everything was going fine even if they were not. Unicorn House, for the pure, kind, and gentle, Krenos explained to them, listing off the traits that the house stands for. Dragon House, for the strong, brave, and a little bit of a temper. Mermaid House, for the wise, adaptive, and patient. Griffin House, for the loyal, cunning, and chival. Siren House, for the creative, outgoing, and ambitious. Dryad House, for the hard-headed, witful, and secretive. Winter Wolf House, for those of a cool mind, free soul, and fierce spirit. Already there was talk among the students about who would be sorted into which house. Each house even had similar elements to those at Hogwarts, but there were more houses and the traits were more spread out. Plus, Griffin, Dryad, and Siren all had qualities that were mostly associated with Slytherin House, and most did not want to share anything with the House of Evil and Death Eaters. I think you would do good in either Griffin or Mermaid, Neville, Harry tells his friend. Really? Thanks, Harry, Neville blushed. I think you would do good in Winterwolf, Dragon, or even Siren. And what about us? The twins asked at once. Harry and Neville shared a look as they thought for a minute. Griffin, they both answered at once. Griffin had the perfect house traits that Harry would always associate with the twins. They were both as loyal as anyone could be. Their pranks showed how cunning they both were. And they also showed that the saying chivalry is dead was not true at all. Though, Harry also thought that they could also go into either dragon or even mermaid as well. The two were brave and strong, but yet were also smart and could adapt as well. Crystal Rose was founded over 4,000 years ago by those known as the Olympian Mages. Crinso continued to act as their tour guide. They were 12 witches and wizards that were said to have been blessed by the 12 Olympians themselves. They were also said to be the most ancient families in all of Greece. Theseus Marvel, Perseus Aurora, Sirius Lion, Pandora Royal, Calliope Gardna, Andromeda Hearth, Achilles Hero, Atlanta Vanish, Orpheus Ambrosia, Adonis Forest, Persephone Floros, and Daedalus Malus. That was a shock to most of the Hogwarts students. Hogwarts was only 1,000 years old, and the thought of another magic school being open for so long was such a far-out thought to them. Plus, it was definitely something new for a school to have 12 founders, since that would have made things harder to decide on the classes, houses, and students selected to come, since there were a lot of conflicting opinions. Calliope Gardna, Luna asked. So that would make you a descendant of one of the Olympian mages? Krinos smiled at the blonde. She was obviously a very smart girl that noticed things that others did not. Yes, I am, he answers her. There are actually a good number of students and even staff here that are descendants from the Olympian mages. Wow, Harry gasped. He knew that a descendant of a Hogwarts founder has not been actually seen for a long time. Sure, Voldemort was said to be the heir of Slytherin, but other than being a Parselmouth, there was no actual proof that he was. And with Zacharias Smith, who always brags about being a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff, there was also no proof from him as well. So, there was not a real case of a founder's heir for a long time. Krinos then opened the doors into the school, and everyone walked in behind him. The inside was just as amazing as the outside. Incredible white walls with tapestries and pictures on them, floors with elegant carpets covering the floor, high ceilings with amazing chandeliers, a ton of doorways leading to different corridors, super tall windows like the ones in the Great Hall back at Hogwarts, and there were dozens of students all over the place. The students took notice of them, but most just soon went back to their own business and did not pay them much attention. What was definitely also different from Hogwarts was how the students all openly used their magic, and it did not even matter that they were not in class. One boy was even juggling fireballs, while one girl was flying above their heads with actual butterfly wings coming out of her back. Crystal Rose houses students from all over the world. Krinos continues to explain about his school, paying no mind to all the magic around him since he was used to it. There are special wards around the school campus that work as translation spells all over the campus. We all speak the language that we understand, while that is also the language that we hear as well. Such as how I am speaking Greek right now, but you all are hearing me speak English since that is the language that you all understand. Most of the students nodded, while those like Ron, Crabbe, and Goyle all seemed to be needing more explanation since they were as dumb as rocks. As Harry looked around, amazed by all that he was seeing, he locked eyes with Krinos when he looked back at their tour guide. Krinos winked at him when he did. This is going to be a very interesting year, Harry stated with a smirk. Chapter 21. Mystic Souls Aplenty. Chapter 21. Mystic Souls Aplenty. Walking around Crystal Rose was almost like walking into a fantasy world. It was incredible in so many ways that it was actually hard to describe. There was so much to see, so many people to meet, and so much to experience. Plus, the magic around them felt amazing. It was like nothing that any of them had ever felt before. Hogwarts had been a school for over 1,000 years, and not even it felt as magical as Crystal Rose did. But did any magic school match up to a school that was over 4,000 years old? Probably not. Well, are you people going to just stand around like statues? Krinos raised an eyebrow as he looked at the group of students and staff. The tour is over. Go and mingle. An announcement will be made that will tell you when you will need to go to the main gallery for the welcoming feast. It had been like the on button had been pushed for the wand users. At least the shock that they had gone under was useful for keeping them quiet when they had learned about all the extraordinary things about Crystal Rose, such as descendants of their school's founders still walking the halls, as well how old the school really was. The students had already proved to be far from normal magic users. Even from the few students that were actually using their powers instead of just sitting or walking around being regular teenagers, the powers around were very cool, especially the kid that was juggling fireballs. Well, you don't see that every day, Harry said. Unless you actually go to school here, of course, Fred chuckled. Yeah, that is probably completely normal to them, George laughed. Yes, it is, Krenos said as he walked over to the four boys. Hey, Krenos. Harry smiled at his friend. Gia, Harry, Krenos greeted back in his native tongue. How are you able to say that? Neville asked, curiosity getting the better of him before he even introduced himself. If the wards around the school work as translation spells, how can you say anything to us in your actual language? Krenos chuckled at Neville's curiosity. Simple words can be. Ignored is not the best word for it, but it is technically a word that works for how to describe it, Krenos says, scratching the back of his neck nervously. It's just that little words like hi or excuse me can be overlooked by the wards because of how simple they are. It's why those from Hawaii can still say aloha, and those from France can still say excuse-moi as well. Magic does as magic wants, the twins chuckled. I could not have put it better myself, Krenos grinned. Magic can sometimes seem to have a mind of its own. Well, considering that Hecate is the goddess of magic, I guess it does have a mind of its own. Haha, your school is amazing, Krenos, Harry tells him. I have never seen anything like it in my life. Not even Hogwarts is this grand. Thanks, Harry. Krenos smiled at his friend. Crystal Rose has about 1,000 to 2,000 students at one time, so we have to go big, or too many potential students would have to go home. That was another shock to the Hogwarts students. They had never thought a school could hold so many students. Hogwarts only had a few hundred students at most, and their numbers were not the best given. How many families had been whipped out during the two wars that happened in the last century? Between Voldemort and Grindelwald, a lot of families had either gone extinct or had been decreased to just a few members. Like Harry was the last Potter, and Susan Bones only had herself and her aunt left for the Bones family. How can so many students fit into one school? Neville was shocked. Magic, Krenos stated. Our dorms and the classrooms magically expand to accommodate for the number of students in the school. It's another part of the wards around the school. Your founders really thought of everything, didn't they? Fred asked. We are not sure if such things are a part of Hogwarts, George added. Krenos shrugged. We might not know everything about them since they are from so long ago, but they thought of a lot to make sure the school was the best it could be for mystic souls. Speaking of which, Harry let the question hang in the air. Yes, Harry. You will now be able to meet my sister. Krenos chuckled since he knew that Harry had been dying to meet Melody. Yay! Harry cheered a little, showing that even a 15-year-old could be adorable. It made the others all laugh. Harry rarely got to act in such a way since the idiots of magical Britain all wanted him to act like he was some great hero even when he was just a teenager. And they would always turn on him or treat him horribly if he did not act in the way he was supposed to act. Something that really annoyed those that truly knew, like Fred and George, since they knew that Harry would much rather be playing with animals, flying on his broom, or helping them invent their pranking spells and potions than risk his life, saving the ungrateful people of his home country. The real Harry, who he was rarely ever allowed to be, was just a teenager that wanted to relax and have fun with his life. He did not need to have his life constantly put in danger because the adults in his life hardly ever react. Harry was the one that saved the school from Voldemort-possessed Quirrell, the Basilisk, and many other threats as well. It should be the adults doing all of that, not him. Melody should be with some of our friends out back, Krenos says. We can meet her there, and you guys can also meet some of our friends as well. From what you have told me, almost the entire school are your friends, Harry chuckled. I would not go that far, but I certainly do like to think we have a lot of friends, Krenos smiled. The only ones that we truly do not get along with are ist brats like Tommy Reverse and egotistical bullies like Aurora Alexis. Well, there are always people like that around, Fred says. Bullies and brats will always be around. Nothing we can do about it, George added. No kidding, Harry agreed with them. I left the Muggle world to go to Hogwarts when I was 11, thinking the magical one would be better. But then I met people like Malfoy and Snape, who are some of the most horrible people on the planet. Mystic souls do not use the word Muggle to describe non-magical beings, Krenos says. We use the term mundanes. Got to admit, that does sound better than Muggles, Neville admits. Muggle can be easily used to insult them, while mundane is not that easy. Technically, mundane is usually the term to describe something as normal. Krenos made quotation marks with his fingers. But we have a saying in the mystic soul community that being normal is vastly overrated. Only makes us like you even more, Fred laughed. Gotta love people that let all the crazy come out, George chuckled. Some people call it crazy. We simply call it being who we are, Krenos said. Krenos then started to lead the group through the school so that he could introduce them to his sister. But that did not mean that he actually left the rest of Hogwarts without them being watched. The other students of Crystal Rose as well as the staff were all going to be on high alert the entire year to make sure that they did nothing to harm anyone. Plus, he also was able to look through the eyes of nature whenever he wanted to. There were always plants and flowers around since Crystal Rose with the number of different nature mages attending the school, so he would be able to spy on them whenever he wanted. The four Hogwarts boys were even more amazed as they walked through the school and saw even more students. Each one seemed even more magical than the last. There was a girl that they saw changing from one animal to another in the blink of an eye. There was a boy that looked to literally be absorbing knowledge from a book that he had his hands hovering over. There was even a teenage centaur walking around the school. You definitely could not find any of these types of kids at Hogwarts. It showed them all just how Hogwarts was lacking in terms of their school. Like, Hogwarts maybe have had students like Remus, Hagrid, and Flitwick at points in time, but they were the only creatures to ever be allowed at Hogwarts. And yet at Crystal Rose, they could see a number of creature students like the Centaur Boy. If those types of kids could so easily use magic, then they should be able to attend Hogwarts just as much as other magic schools. They easily blamed the fact that they did not attend Hogwarts on those like Dumbledore and the Ministry, both of who would never want creatures to even appear to have equal rights to wand-using wizards. It made them a little jealous that Crinso got to go to a school like this, but it was not his fault that he was born a mystic soul while they were not. And even if Harry could feel some type of connection between him and the school, it was not like he was a real student since they were just visiting for the year. He would give anything to be able to stay at such an incredible school. Hey, Krenos, Harry pointed to one of the students. Who's that? He was pointing at a boy that had falcon wings coming out of his back. He looked to be staring out of a window while using his wings to be hovering above the ground. That's Hawk Ventus, Krenos says. He is actually one of the students here that are half harpy, which is why he has wings. His magic is that he is able to summon different weather storms using his wings and then be able to control them. It's called Harpy Storm magic. Wow, that's incredible, Harry gasped. Krenos smiled as he knew that Hawk would be able to help Harry when they were able to unlock his magic. They thought that Harry's magic was that he could control the weather, which is normal storm magic. So, Hawk's weather powers would make him the perfect teacher, given their similarities. And what about her? Fred pointed at another student. She certainly looks unique, George added as he pointed as well. Looking over, the rest of them saw that the twins had been pointing at a female student that seemed Chinese given her style choices, her eyes, and how she also had a traditional Chinese comb in her hair, like what you would see from the movie Mulan. Her hair was also in 3 ponytails tied at the top of her head with the comb at the beginning of the middle ponytail. That is Waylon Breeze, Krenos tells them. She is a mermaid mage from Hong Kong. Whenever she touches water, she becomes a mermaid. But even when not in her mare form, she can still manipulate water, freeze it, boil it, and even turn it to gel or glass. I sure hope she is better looking than the mermaids back at the Black Lake at Hogwarts, Harry commented. That made the rest of the boys shiver, remembering the second task of the tournament the previous year. Krenos just raised an eyebrow at that, telling himself that he would need to remember to ask about that later. You will find that a lot of students here are either creatures or have creature-related magic, Krenos says to them. Waylon and Hawk are just 2 out of plenty of other creature students. Wait, so Waylon is not just a mermaid because of her magic? Neville asked. Oh no, Krenos shook his head. Mermaid and merman mages can only exist if they already have merepeople blood in their veins. Whoa, Neville gasped. Bloody hell, Fred also gasped. You said it, mate. George agreed with both of them. Krynos chuckled at their reactions. Seeing so many creatures in one school could not be something that those from magical Britain were used to, since their country was 2 centuries behind all over magical communities in terms of equality and magical advancements. It was why most mystic soul terms for blood were not as obvious as those for wand users. First generation instead of Muggle-born, second generation instead of half-blood, and third generation instead of pureblood. You guys are probably going to have to get used to everything new here that is different from your own school, Krynos says. Which is everything about this school, since it is nothing like Hogwarts, Harry commented. I will take that as a compliment, Krynos stated. You should, Fred tells him. It's definitely a compliment, George added. Krynos chuckled and continued to lead them through the school. He did also tell them about other students when they asked about them as they walked by. It made the nature mage even more comfortable to see just how curious they all were about the other students. They were not scared or paranoid over all the different powers, and that is what helped him really trust them. Krynos was friends with Harry, Fred, and George, but trust takes time to build up, especially since they did come from the one country that hated mystic souls more than anything else. He knew they are not like the others, but making sure of things made him feel better, especially since there was still the chance that someone could place mind control spells on them or give them some potions to make them act how they want them to. He smiled whenever they asked about another of the students. It was expected for some to be curious, since there were some very unique powers at the school. Not to mention plenty of unique students that wield those powers, like Celeste Aurora, who not only has the power to control water, but her body is literally also made out of water that most physical attacks do not affect her at all. And there is also Adamoto, who has the power of duelist magic, where he is able to place his own special cards on his duel disc and use it to summon monsters, cast spells, and set off traps. And the group had definitely also been curious about Abby, Cryo, and Crystal Gold, all members of the Gold family and have the same enchanted sapphire magic, which was advanced ice magic. Harry had been told about the magic clans, so being able to actually meet members of them made his eyes sparkle. The 4 of them were so amazed by the school, and each student that they were told about just made them even more amazed. Even if all those types of powers would make a government like Magical Britain's very paranoid about them, there was not much of a reason to be paranoid about them when they lived across the continent. What was there to fear in Britain when those that they are scared of were living in Greece? Another thing that adds to the very long list of reasons why the British Ministry of Magic was made of nothing but idiots. Krynos lead all of them through the school and out to the back of it. They passed by the greenhouse, Neville trying very hard not to get glued to the glass since he was already staring at the plants inside, and made their way over to one of the groups of students by the lake. They saw a group that was of 3 girls and 1 boy. The one that was obviously Krynos' sister was playing the violin. She was similar to Krynos, but still as a girl. Her style was a red, pink, and purple dawn-colored dress with gold flats. She had pink-streaked black hair with butterflies in it. On her wrists were diamond rose cuff bracelets. The most surprising part was that she had elegant bluebird wings coming out of a belt she wore around her waist. Around her neck was an amethyst lyre pendant. One of the other girls looked like the kindest among them. She had long dark brown hair that, with tan skin to match. She was in a pink dress with gold bands wrapped up her legs and attached to her heels. Tied to her neck was a red cloak that went down to her shins. She also had a pink scarf around her neck. A tiara of daisies was in her hair. The third girl also had dark hair, but hers was black and done in a simple top of the back of her head ponytail. She wore a mostly white dress with a ruffled layered skirt that went down to her knees, but the sides of the dress and the bottom of each ruffle were colored blue. She also had on elbow-to-wrist layered bell sleeves that were not connected to the dress that were also white and blue. On her feet were knee-high white boots. Around her waist was a simple silver belt with a whip on her right hip and a rectangular holder with visible golden keys inside of it. The boy was definitely different from all of them. He was African with a slight accent to his voice. His hair was a buzz-cut length and dark black. His clothing was like knight back armor, yet not heavy or metallic. It's more like leather. A black vest, pants, and boots with matching arm gauntlets. On his chest was a dark purple symbol of a panther. His eyes were an amazing shade of amethyst with specks of emerald in them if you looked close enough. As the group approached them, Melody stopped playing her violin. It was as if she knew that they were there even when she had had her back to them. Turning to them, she smiled. "Well, I see you brought us some company, Krenos," she said. "What can I say, Mel? Harry has been dying to meet you," Krenos chuckled. She put her hand out to Harry, who she recognized based on her brother's descriptions of the teenager. "Melody Gardner," she introduced herself, music mage extraordinaire and full-time babysitter of her twin brother. "Hey, I save you from demons way more than you save me," Krenos protested. "Keep telling yourself that." Melody smirked at her twin. "It's nice to meet you." Harry shook her hand, chuckling at the interactions between the siblings. "I'm Harry Potter and these are my friends Neville Longbottom and Fred and George Weasley." "It is nice to meet you all." Melody smiled at them all. "These are some of our friends. Hestia Apollo, Angela Zodiac, and Chala Jungle." They all shook hands with each other, greeting one another. "Well, at least nothing had exploded yet from our two kinds being together," Krenos said. "I take that as a win. It's only the first day, brother dear." Melody rested her arm on her twin's shoulder. "We have a long year ahead of us." "Oh, crud," Krenos face-bombed. Chapter 22. New School, New Houses. Chapter 22. New School, New Houses. So many mystic souls and so little time. That was what the Hogwarts group was thinking as they chatted with those that they hoped would be their new friends soon. Krenos and Melody seemed to be acting like a bridge between them so that they could all get along. Sure, mystic souls were not prejudiced against wand. Users like wand users were prejudiced against mystic souls, but there could still be issues because of the hatred between their kinds. But there were no issues to speak of and things were actually seeming to be getting to a good start. Most of them were waiting for something to explode since the rest of the school was not as tolerable as Harry, Neville, Fred, and George. They would probably be lucky to last a single day before things went all to hell, but they figured it was better to go one day at a time instead of just waiting for something bad to happen. Paranoia helped no one. As they all talked, there was soon an alert sounded that was able to be heard from all over the school. Then, a female voice was also heard after the alert sound. Looking at the Crystal Rose students, the Hogwarts group saw that none of them were shocked or confused. So, they figured that this was just how the head of their school made her announcements heard all over the campus. Like when McGonagall made the announcement for all students to return to their dorms after Ginny had been taken into the Chamber of Secrets. "Attention, students and guests," the female voice says. "Please make your way to the main gallery for the sorting ceremony of our welcomed guests." "Thank you." Looking around, the Hogwarts group saw all the other students getting up from where they had been sitting or lying down and making their way back to the school. Some normally, and some taking more magical ways like flight, and even one girl sliding toward the school on a path of ice. They all knew that all of this was going to take some getting used to. All of them started to walk back to the school as well. Since they knew the walk would take a few minutes, they did have some questions for the Mystic Soul students. "So, we know what Krenos and Melody's powers are," Harry started. "What about the rest of you?" The three that they just met all smiled. It seemed that the love of sharing who they were with other magic users was a Mystic Soul thing as well. They were all so proud to be who they were and nothing would change that. "Well, I am a healer," Hestia tells them. "My magic is that I can heal almost any injury. I am one of the few born with my type of healing magic. I can heal most injuries, illnesses, and I once even cured a person of a curse using my powers. My only current issue would be things involving the brain like mental disorders, since I do not know if my powers would work on that." Harry, Fred, and George could not help but look at Neville after they hear Hestia explain her powers. He was already looking at her with hope. Hestia was a healer that might actually be able to help his parents. Sure, she said how she did not know if she could heal mental problems and had only healed one curse before, but the hope was still there. They hoped that she could help him as well since they were all aware that Neville's grandmother was negligent at best and abusive at worst. They all wanted him to have loving parents. Especially Harry, since if he could not have his parents back, the least he could do was be happy for his friend to get back his. Not knowing about Neville's parents, the Crystal Rose group just kept going talking about their powers. "My powers are known as Celestial Spirit Magic," Angela went next. "Using my keys, I can summon celestial spirits from the celestial universe to fight by my side. The gold keys summon the spirits of the zodiac, while the silver keys call constellation spirits. My mom passed down her keys to me when she discovered that I have the same magic as her. The keys in the container on her belt now made more sense. Krinos had explained how there were heart and holder-type mystic souls. Angela was obviously a holder type since she used her keys to channel her magic. It was still very cool what she could do. Who wouldn't want to be able to summon beings or creatures from another dimension? Chala was next, and given the others, they looked forward to hearing about what he could do. I'm a jungle cat mage, he explains to them. I can not only channel the abilities of enchanted versions of jungle cats, but I also can change into were-creature versions of them, as well as the normal forms of them. I can also conjure weapons related to them. Neville hesitated to ask, but a warm smile from the black teen got him to go through with it. How exactly can you get weapons from jungle cats? Chala chuckled. I get that question a lot. Actually, I am able to conjure weapons that are cat-like. In a way, at least. Like a whip that is almost like a cat's tail, or a blade trio that is similar to cat claws, or even an indestructible cloak that is like the fur of a Nemean lion. Those creatures are real too. Harry was shocked. He had always been a fan of Greek mythology since it was interesting to him. He used to spend a lot of time in the local library when he was hiding from Dudley and his gang. They never even entered the school library, let alone the public one, so they never looked for him there. So, he lost himself among as many of the books as he could. The Greek mythology books were some that he enjoyed the most. The Nemean lion was a vicious monster in Greek mythology that lived at Nemea. It was eventually killed by Heracles. It could not be killed with mortals' weapons because its golden fur was impervious to attack. Its claws were sharper than mortal swords and could cut through any armor. It was one of the most legendary creatures from ancient Greece. Of course it's real, Krinos chuckled. I get that you were raised by mundanes, Harry, so let me break it down for you. All magical creatures, everywhere in the world, are real. All of them. Harry's eyes widened since he knew that there were hundreds of different creatures from all types of myths and legends across the globe. Even Fred, George, and Neville were also shocked by that as well. Sure, they knew about the creatures in Britain and the Dragon Reserve in Romania where Charlie Weasley worked, but this new information was a shock to them. You guys seriously need to take the International Magic class here, Angela says. The myths, legends, and even fairy tales that mundanes tell their kids are all based on facts. Melody explained. Magic used to be a lot more open thousands of years ago, when creatures freely roamed the land and those like witches and wizards had no fear of magic at all. But after magic had to go into hiding, the stories that used to be fact-based slowly faded away into legend and myth as mundanes forgot that we really are Ariel. But it is better that way, Chala says. Magic should be kept away from mortals. They would hunt us down and kill us just because we are different. The rest of the mystic souls all nodded. That was something that made the Hogwarts group look at each other as they all continued to walk toward the main gallery. Fred, George, and Neville all came from light families, meaning their families were ones that supported Muggle and wizard relations, not to mention the rights of Muggle-born witches and wizards. And yet, even with how nice the Crystal Rose group was, they all had something against Muggles, which they called mundanes. There was the obvious thought that they were like the pureblood purists back home, but they were against both Muggles and Muggleborns. All the Crystal Rose students have said was how they believed that the Muggles would kill them if they ever found out that magic was real. When blood purists back home talk about Muggles, it is because they hate them and think that they are below wizards. But it did not seem like hatred when the mystic souls talked about them. It was more like they actually thought that Muggles were dangerous and that they would be killed if Muggles found out about them. If Harry was being honest with himself, he actually was on their side if that was the case. The Statute of Secrecy had been made not for the safety of Muggles from magical beings, but for magical beings to be safe from Muggles. It was very well known that Muggles definitely hate anything and everything that was different. And while many magical beings were killed during them, the Salem witch trials were only started because of women acting strange. And when people say that, they blamed witchcraft and that entire disaster happened. Plus, Harry did not exactly have the best experiences with Muggles either. The Dursleys were the prime example of the type of Muggles that would probably prove everything that purebloods say about Muggles. They were abusive and hateful Muggles that called anyone magical freaks because they were different, not to mention his neighbors and teachers. They looked at him and saw a super thin, smaller than regular, Kids his age, shy, and nervous little boy in mostly oversized rags and glasses that were almost always broken. But did any of them ever think that he was being abused or that he was in need of help? No. Instead, they chose to do the easy thing and believe the lies that the Dursleys said about him being a delinquent that was nothing but a troublemaking liar that did nothing but cause them pain. Anyone with eyes could see that they were a bunch of lies. But they did nothing since they would rather take the easy route and let a little boy suffer because of it. So, yeah, Harry did not have that high of an opinion of Muggles even if he had no issues with any Muggleborns. He was just glad that not everyone was treated like him. Dean Thomas loved to talk about his mother and his little brothers and sister, who he was very close to since their dad died a few years before he came to Hogwarts. He was sure that brothers were also wizards, but would not know for sure until they turned 11. He also was unsure about his sister as well. Plus, he had also met Hermione's parents when they came to Diagon Alley with her the summer before their second year, and they were both very nice as well. The Hogwarts group decided to learn more about their potential new friends before they made any decisions about them. It was only a few comments about their dislike of Muggles, and that was nothing that they could define everything about the Mystic Souls. Soon, they all got to the main gallery, and it was actually incredible. It was a very grand room that was almost twice the size of the Great Hall back at Hogwarts. The floor was marble, and there were even very traditional Greek columns in each of the four corners of the room. All along the walls were floor-to-ceiling windows that gave off a great view of the grounds outside. There were also 7 tables that were like the for-house tables back at Hogwarts. Above each table were hanging tapestries that showed which table was for which house. The Crystal Rose group separated from them and all went to sit at their own tables. Krenos and Hestia went to Unicorn, Chala went to Winterwolf, Melody and Angela went to Mermaid. All of the Hogwarts students and staff just stood between the tables, waiting for the sorting to begin. The woman that was definitely the headmistress stood in front of the only table that was sideways and not going the long way like the house tables. So, it was obviously the teacher's table. Headmistress Amaya Jaiwei was a very elegant woman with an aura of authority around her. She was a black woman with long and curly black hair. She wore a cheetah print dress with a long black and gold hooded cloak. On her wrists were gold cuff bracelets that matched the golden cat charm around her neck. Even her eyes were golden. "Welcome, students and teachers of Hogwarts," she said. "I am Headmistress Amaya Jaiwei, head of Crystal Rose, and it is an honor to meet all of you. I hope that staying here will enlighten you to all the types of magic out there and the wonders behind it." The door next to the teacher's table opened, and much to the shock of Hogwarts, out came a lion pushing a cauldron with its head. The lion pushed the cauldron right up next to Headmistress Jaiwei. She gave it a pat on the head. "Whoa," Neville gasped. "Thank you, Leon," she told it. "Dinner is in a few hours and I will see you then." The lion then left the room, much to the relief of the wand users. Looking at the cauldron, there seemed to be a bunch of white powder, almost like glitter. "I sure hope that glitter magic is not actually a thing," Harry stated. Fred and George laughed from their places next to him. "This is sorting powder," Jaiwei explained. "Made by our potion mistress, this is what we use to sort all students into their houses. Starting with the oldest to the youngest, all students will soon be joining their new houses. Be it unicorn, dragon, griffin, mermaid, siren, winter wolf, or dryad. Step up when your name is called." The students then started to be sorted, starting with the 7th years. Harry did not know many of them other than Cedric, but he did recognize Adrian Pusey and Terrence Higgs from the Slytherin Quidditch team. The only other upper years that he knew were the twins, Angelina and Alicia. Katie was also older than him, but she was a 6th year, not a 7th year. The twins, as he and Neville had predicted, went to Griffin. Cedric went to Dragon, Angelina went to Siren, Alicia went to Dragon as well, Adrian went to Winter Wolf, and Terrence went to Mermaid. And when the 6th years went, Katie ended up going to Unicorn. The students continued to be sorted into the 7 different houses, and it was almost like an even split for all 4 Hogwarts houses to be going into the other 7. No single house seemed to get more of one Hogwarts than the others. The only 2 houses that did not get a lot of new members were Unicorn and Winter Wolf houses. And how the sorting powder actually worked was very cool. When the first student went up, Headmistress Jaiwei explained that the powder magically reads the person's soul when blown onto them, sorting them into the house that is best for them. The power would turn the house colors, as well as forming the house magical creature symbol over their heads. White and gold for unicorn, ruby red and gold for dragon, amethyst purple and sunset orange for siren, sea blue and sea green for mermaid, icy blue and silver for winter wolf, emerald green and tree trunk brown for dryad, and sky blue and golden brown for griffin. Then, it was time for Harry and his year to be sorted. Dean, Lavender, Parvati, Padma, and Tracy Davis all went to Siren. Seamus, Zacharias Smith, Terry Boot, Millicent Bulstrode, Wayne Hopkins, and Malfoy went to Dryad. Blaise Zabini, Daphne Greengrass, Susan Bones, Theo Knott, and Megan Jones went to Mermaid. Crabbe, Goyle, Lily Moon, Faye Dunbar, and Michael Corner all went to Dragon. Other students also all got sorted as well. It was the student group that had been very tight with each other and did not have many friends outside of each other. Andre Egwu, Badiye Ali, and Tulip Karasu also all became members of Siren House. Marilla Snide, Ismelda Merck, Jay Kim, Barnaby Lee, and Diego Kaplan all became dragons. Penny Haywood, Talbot Winger, and Chiara Lobosca were all soon mermaids. Liz Tuttle and Beatrice Haywood were some of the few new Unicorn House members. Then, it was time for two members of the annoying trio, Harry and Neville. Hermione Granger, Jaiwei called as she read from her scroll of names. Hermione almost seemed to strut up there. Her superiority complex was shining through very brightly. Most of the Crystal Rose students could tell that their headmistress was trying hard not to roll her eyes at the behavior. She took another small handful of the sorting powder and blew it at Hermione. After a minute, the powder turned emerald green and tree trunk brown, a dryad forming over her head. Hermione was shocked and basically stomped over to the dryad table. She had been boasting that she would soon be the top student of Mermaid House, so that had not gone how she had planned. Jaiwei then called up Ron, since she had been going in no real order other than by year. When he came up and she blew the powder on him, he also was sorted into Dryad. He was not happy either, since he expected either to be in Dragon or Winter Wolf. Neville Longbottom, Jaiwei then calls. Neville was nervous when he went up, but he got some encouragement nods from Harry, the twins, and the Mystic Souls that they have met already. That made him feel better as he went up to the headmistress. She smiled at him as she blew some powder on him. After a minute, the powder turned white and gold, a unicorn forming over his head. He was one of the few Hogwarts students sorted into unicorn. Krenos welcomed him to his house. Harry Potter, Jaiwei called next. Harry was not as nervous as Neville, but he was still a little nervous. He got some smiles from Krenos, Melody, the twins, and Neville that made him feel better. Headmistress Jaiwei smiled at him, as well as she blew more powder on him. The powder soon turned icy blue and silver, a winter wolf forming over his head, and he smiled as he was sorted. He sat next to Chala when he was sorted. "Glad that you could join me, Harry," the jungle cat mage grinned at him. "Thanks," Harry smiled back. "That sorting powder is very cool." "Yeah, our potions teacher is one of the best in the country," Chala says. "Already sounds like I am going to like that class better than my usual potions class," Harry chuckled. He was starting to have very high hopes for this year. He prayed that he did not just jinx himself. Chapter 23. Every rose has its thorns. Chapter 23. Every rose has its thorns. Okay, probably the first thing that Harry realized about Crystal Rose and its students was that none of them were ever going to take things lying down. They took no prisoners and were very glad not to. And he was not talking about the demons that Krenos and Olivia had previously mentioned. He was talking about literally anything and anyone that annoyed them. That had pretty much started right away after all of the students had been finished being sorted into their new houses. Harry had not paid much attention to them since he did not know any of the younger years other than Ginny, Luna, and Colin Creevy. Ginny had actually gone to Dryad with Hermione and Ron, while Luna and Colin both went to Unicorn. Harry was already pretty happy being in Winter Wolf. Chala was a very nice guy, and he was quick to make him feel at home. Just from looking at all the Winter Wolf students, they were all very unique. Chala introduced him to some of his new housemates. There was Hawk, the half-harpy boy that Krenos told them about earlier, two other boys called White Forest and Jake Marble, as well as a girl named Emma Spirit. He already knew Hawk's powers because Krenos told him, and the rest told him their powers when they introduced themselves. White was a nature mage like Krenos, but his magic allowed him to shapeshift into animals that have been fused with plants and trees. Jake was an animation mage that had the power to bring inanimate things to life, mostly statues and suits of armor. And Emma was the daughter of a human mystic soul and an air spirit, giving her the ability to control air. As everyone was eating, Harry noticed the Hogwarts staff with the Crystal Rose teachers. They were all sitting at the table for the teachers. He noticed that Dumbledore was talking with Headmistress Jaiwei and she was looking very annoyed. She looked close to be wanting to call back her lion and have him take care of Dumbledore for her. "Your headmistress does not look happy with Dumbledore," Harry tells Chala. "I wonder what he said to her. You know, for him being your own headmaster, you seem very quick to say that he is the one at fault," Chala said. "Well, let's just say that he tends to always talk first and use his brain never when it comes to trying to get people to do as he wants," Harry says as he takes another bite of his food. It was certainly something else that he liked about Crystal Rose. When the food had appeared, it was not just Greek food, but food from all over the world. He knew that Crystal Rose did have students that have come from all over the globe, but he was still shocked by the food that appeared on the table. The only time that Hogwarts had international food was when the tournament was going on and they had the students from Drumstring and Bows Batons in the school as well. But other than them, it was just plain English food. Though, he did wish that there were more options at Hogwarts. Just from the food, he could see on the table in front of him, he saw many types of dishes. Seafood paella from Spain, poutine from Canada, Mexican tacos, pho from Vietnam, Peking duck from China, and Japanese sushi. He even saw vegetarian and vegan options as well. Hogwarts did not have those types of options even for those that need them. Like, Harry knew that the Patil twins came from a very traditional Hindu-Indian family, which meant that neither of them ate beef. And beef is featured a lot at Hogwarts meal times, so that left them both with usually few options, especially since the vegetables served were usually just plain boiled or pan-fried. He also knew that Tracy Davis of Slytherin was born with a low form of diabetes, and she could not have very much sugar in her day-to-day diet. But with most of the beverages served at Hogwarts being the very sweet pumpkin juice, she really could only drink plain water from an enchanted water bottle her parents sent her one year. And she has to keep it secret in fear it might be confiscated since other students have all had similar things taken from them by the teachers. The mystic souls that heard Harry all looked at each other. They could easily tell that since he was suspicious of his own headmaster being in the wrong instead of blaming Headmistress Jaiwei as other wand users would, he was a lot more trustworthy than most of his school. "If you want, I could listen in and see what they're talking about," Chala offered. "You can do that?" Harry asked, shocked. "You will find that when it comes out our powers, impossible is not a word in any of our dictionaries," Hawk smirked. "By that, Hawk means that I can do that," Chala said. "Dogs are not the only animal with great hearing, after all." He smirked as he brushed his hand over the ear that was facing the teacher's table. Instantly, his ear glowed a little as he activated his cat hearing powers. Closing his eyes, he focused so that he would hear mostly just the two school heads with the other chatter in the room just being background noise. "I do not see what makes you believe that you have any right to dictate what houses the students are sorted into," Jaiwei says, sounding as annoyed as she looked. "Well, your powder obviously made a mistake." Dumbledore sounded like he was trying to scold a child. "The sorting powder has been used by Crystal Rose for thousands of years, and all of our students have flourished in their houses." Jaiwei was sounding like she was doing her best to not curse the disrespectful man. "The recipe has always been the same, and our potion's mistress is the best in the world. She would never make a mistake with it. You are the one that is wrong, not the sorting powder." "I know my students more than a magical powder does." Dumbledore sounded like he was trying not to sound as angry as he was. "Either Harry needs to be resorted into Dryad, or his friends need to be re-sorted into Winterwolf." "No," Jaiwei said. "The sorting powder has made its decision, and it is not the right of anyone to change the environments that will work best for the students. The houses are meant to help the students become who they are meant to be, and it is not the place of anyone to mess with that." "Is it your place to separate Harry from his friends?" Dumbledore tried to counter what she was saying. "Mr. Potter can always make new friends," Jaiwei tells her fellow school head, getting more annoyed with him by the second. "I have not yet met him, but by the looks of things, he is already making new friends. Winterwolf will be a great house for him." Chala brushed his hand over his ear again, turning his ear back to normal. Harry, Hawk, and the others all looked at him for the answers. It seems that your headmaster wants you to be with your friends at Dryad or your friends to be in Winter Wolf with you, he tells Harry. Harry groaned, making the mystic souls look at him, confused. If they are your friends, wouldn't you want to spend time with them? Emma asked, confused. I and they are not exactly on the best of terms currently, Harry admits. They made their choices, so I am making my own choice. That sounds like a story, a girl said, sliding up next to them. And I love a good story. Charlotte, Chalice scolded the girl. Harry can tell us if he wants to, not because you love stories. The girl let out a frustrated huff, but she did not actually appear mad. Harry looked at her and could tell that she probably was just joking around. Anyway, the girl, who Chala had called Charlotte, was a cute, looking strawberry blonde that seemed a year or two younger than them with shimmering sea-green eyes. She also was carrying a small book with her. Harry, this is Charlotte Mills, Hawk introduced him. She's from New York and is a fairy tale witch that is able to read from her book and bring any tale in it to life. Pleasure. Charlotte shook Harry's hand to greet him. It's so cool that you can bring fairy tales to life, Harry says to her. I grew up reading a lot, and other than Greek mythology, I always loved fairy tales. Charlotte giggled at Harry's excitement. Thanks, she smiled at him. I love my powers as well. Mundanes always believe that a magical world is all about fairy tales. Anyway, so I just make that very literal. Haha. So, do you bring their pictures to life? Summon them from wherever the closest version of them is? Or is your book like a pocket dimension for them? Harry fired off his questions. The mystic souls all giggled and chuckled at Harry's enthusiasm over her powers. He really was adorable when he did that even for a teenager. Well, you probably know by now that fairy tales are real just like other mythical creatures, Charlotte started. They live in their own realm known as the Enchanted Forest. But the forest is magical. So every time that the current generation of fairy tales have all lived and died, a new generation takes their place. So, it is like a time loop. So sorts, Harry guessed. Kind of, Chalice says. You are close though. While the tales do repeat, it is not the same people doing them over and over again, Charlotte says. There are always some differences comparing the generations. Sometimes it is an evil king instead of an evil queen. Sometimes a kingdom is run by 2 kings or 2 queens. And there was even a time where Red Riding Hood is a werewolf. That was caused Harry to raise an eyebrow. Little Red Riding Hood was a what now? He asked, shocked. Charlotte giggled again. Hey, I am the one that reads about this stuff literally every day, and even I still get shocked. But, to fully answer your question, my book is like a pocket dimension for them. Parts of their souls enter my book when they pass away, so while a majority of them move on to the afterlife, I keep a part of them for my magic. So, does that mean you are the only one that can use your book? Harry asked, still curious. Since my magic is as rare as time magic, the book magically passes on to whoever is born with fairy tale life magic, Charlotte explained. When the previous use dies, the book vanishes. Where it goes, nobody has ever been able to figure out. Charlotte is also one of the best potion students at Crystal Rose, Emma says. There is not a potion in the world that she cannot brew. Well, there probably is a potion that I cannot brew somewhere, Charlotte says. I just have not found it yet. Charlotte is just being humble, White chuckled. The only other person that is better at potions than her is our friend Celeste Aurora in Mermaid. But that is probably because Celeste's mom is a potions mistress. Does she teach here? Harry asked them. Oh no, White shook his head. Our potions teacher is Crystal Gold, the older sister of Abby and Cryo Gold and Griffin. She was the apprentice of the previous potions teacher until he was sadly killed by demons a few years ago. But she is still a great professor and is actually the one that makes the sorting powder whenever more is needed, Emma said. They also then explained the rest of the teachers to Harry as well, pointing them out on the head table as they did. Crystal Rose had 12 main classes, 7 electives, and 5 after-school activities. All of them, but the activities, with their own teacher. Andy Lectic taught dueling. Nyx Nightingale taught light and dark. Harmony Lance was the international magic teacher. Tidas Webb's the close combat professor. Lavender Aura taught magical music. Crystal Gold, Cryo and Abby's big sister, was the potions professor just like he had just been told. Myron Thorne teaches charms and spells. Skylion is the teacher of the taming class. Taming creatures, that is. Marina Breeze teaches magical creatures. Ava Lovelace is the nonviolent magic professor. Aichi Hiro is the power growth teacher. Adrian Aland taught power control. The 7 electives were available to be chosen from when they turned 13. Mystic gardening, mystical cultures, magical law and politics, mythology and history, alchemy, healing, and gemology and magic crystals. Lena Ambrosia for healing, Siren Hart for gemology, Victor Milky for mythology and history, Kurt Aaron for cultures, Aragorn Queen for law and politics, Lillian Jordan for mystic gardening, and Jalal Royal for alchemy. When he asked about the after-school activities, all of them just smirked as they told him that he would find that out eventually. The smirks made him both nervous as well as excited. He was also shocked by the number of classes that Crystal Rose offered. 19 classes in total. 24. Is he included the after-school stuff as well? Hogwarts only had 12 classes available, not including flying lessons since that was only for the first-year students. He had read in a few books that Hogwarts used to have about the same amount of classes as Crystal Rose, but most of them were either canceled because of lack of funding or were just taken from the classes list for no reason. Even if Harry suspected that the reason was Dumbledore wanting to make himself look smarter by making those younger than him dumber. But now he had the chance to learn as much as he could. Plus, classes like magical music, gemology, healing, mystic gardening, and alchemy all sounded very interesting. He may have hated gardening when at Durskabin, but that was when he either did it perfectly or would get beaten. Here, it was a lot more different. I bet Krenos probably gets top grades in mystic gardening, Harry chuckled. Oh, Krenos doesn't take it, Chalice says. Really? Harry was confused as he would think Krenos would want to take a class that revolved around his powers. Most nature mages, such as myself and Krenos, wouldn't take a class that would give us such an unfair advantage over the others, White explains. Sure, we would get the best grades, but it would be unfair given that all we would have to do is wave our hands around. Plus, that would be way too easy, and we would probably drop the class after a week because we got bored. That is actually very noble of you, Harry says. It's just how we are, White shrugged. I am really starting to like it here. Harry smiled at his new friends. They all smiled at him. They looked like they were gonna ask him questions, probably about being a wand user, when there was a sudden scream. But one of anger and not of fear. How dare you? The scream came from the mermaid table. Heads immediately shot toward the table to see what was going on. Angela had shot right to her feet after she had screamed, and she did not look happy. Her eyes were locked on the Dryad table. Specifically at Draco Malfoy. Of course it was him that made her mad, Harry face-bombed. You know the person Angela's mad at. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Unfortunately, Harry stated. What? Can't handle the truth, you monstrous free. Draco did not get a chance to finish his sentence. Angela only got even more pissed. She instantly grabbed one of the golden keys on her belt and held it in front of her. The key started to glow instantly. Crud! Harry heard Chalice swear as he also shot to his feet. Open, Gate of the Golden Bowl, Angela yelled out. Toros. There was a sound that was exactly like a large bell being rung as what seemed to be a magic circle appeared at the end of Angela's key. In a bright flash of light, something appeared with what sounded like a giant moo, like what a really loud cow would sound like. And what appeared actually seemed to be a cow. A minotaur version of a cow, anyway. It stood tall on its black-booted feet with matching black shorts to match. It had a golden ring in its nose with golden horns on its head. Probably the biggest thing that everyone noticed about it, other than that it was a cow minotaur, was that in its black, fingerless gloved hands was a giant axe that looked sharp and big enough to chop even the Great Wall of China in half. And, yes, Angela's powers are based on Lucy of Fairy Tale. I do not own her powers or her spirits. Whoa! Harry gasped as he got his first glance at one of Angela's celestial spirits. The other Hogwarts students, and even the staff, were all shocked by Angela's magic. She was really the first mystic soul where they saw a full display of their powers. Only Harry, Sirius, and the annoying trio had really seen what Krenos could do, but Angela's powers were where everyone could see them. I would advise you to never call anyone here a freak, Blondie, Angela glared at Malfoy. Otherwise, I'll call a spirit that is not as merciful as Toros. Oh, Angela, you have such a nice... Toros started talking, sounding like he was about to say something not appropriate for the current situation. Not now, Toros. Angela silenced the flirty spirit. Does he always talk like that? Harry asked Chala. You have no idea. Chala shook his head. Chapter 24. Do not mess with a rose. Chapter 24. Do not mess with a rose. If there was one thing that Harry never thought that he would see in the world, it would be a cow version of a minotaur. Sure, he was sure that he would see one eventually since he has already met a Cerberus back in his first year at Hogwarts, but seeing one that was also a cow was definitely stranger than he thought it would be. But, considering that it also seemed to be a very pervy cow, he was glad that it had taken so long for him to meet this creature. It was still very weird if he was being honest with himself, but even with the pervy cow in the middle of the main gallery, that did not distract the fact that Angela was a really pissed off witch at that moment. And while there was definitely the shock of seeing her powers in action, that did not take away that it was also terrifying. Anyone with the power to summon a minotaur whenever they wanted to was definitely scary. Almost all the Hogwarts students shot to their feet and backed away as Angela was still really pissed. She was glaring at Malfoy as if he was one of those demons that Krenos had told Harry about. And that said something since he has said that demons are beings that are like evil given human forms. Call us freaks again, I dare you. Angela glared at Malfoy. That certainly got the attention of the Mystic Souls. Most of them were glaring at Malfoy now. It was definitely obvious that they would not be as easily bullied as Malfoy's other victims. They could fight back, and were more than happy to. Think we're freaks, do you? Said a girl dressed in blue. Well, I say that the wand user bully is the real freak here. I have met plenty of losers like you, said a boy with bee wings. The ones that are delusional about being important when they really aren't. He's a wand user's, so that already makes him pathetic, said a girl with butterfly wings. They call us freaks and monsters, but we do not target them as they target us, Hawk says, crossing his arms. They are the ones that still live 2 centuries behind every other magical community in the world, said a boy in a cowboy hat. Even the community where I live is more advanced than them, and I live in Vatican City, literally the smallest country in the world, said a girl with purple hair. This was definitely something that Harry saw coming. Most of Hogwarts were against Mystic Souls, so it would only make sense for the Mystic Souls to be against Hogwarts, or at least, wand users in general. There was more of a hatred and feud between them than there was between Gryffindor and Slytherin, and that certainly said something considering that even the war against Voldemort, in Harry's opinion, was more between Gryffindors and Slytherins than good versus evil. That war was basically Voldemort representing Slytherin while Dumbledore represents Gryffindor. And being honest with himself, Mystic Souls definitely had a better reason to hate wand users than wand users had to hate Mystic Souls. Mystic Souls hated that they were always treated with suspicion and as monsters just because they had powers that were more powerful than what they could do with a wand. Wand users just hated Mystic Souls because they just were jealous of the amount of power that they had. They would deny it, of course, but that did not mean it wasn't true. Looking around, he saw Krenos and Melody trying to calm down their friends. But also, much to his surprise, several of the teachers were also trying to calm down the students. He had never actually seen teachers really do anything other than teaching before. He certainly never got any help from the teachers other than Flitwick and Remus when he had still been the Dada professor. Flitwick helped as many students as he could whenever they needed help with their homework or classwork, and Remus had spent so many evenings working hard with him so that he would be able to cast the Patronus charm to be able to protect himself from the Dementors. No other professor worked as hard as those two did. Krenos and Melody, as well as Chala and Hestia, all quickly made their way over to Angela. They were trying to calm her down before she did something that she might regret later. Not that any of them would care if she did hurt the idiot, but it certainly would not do them any good if they went to war with magical Britain over the brat, even if they would easily win that war. Angela, don't let that idiot get to you. Krenos put his hand on her shoulder. Yeah, his words mean less than nothing, Melody agreed with her twin. I'm standing right here, freaks. Draco was somehow still able to yell at them even with a Minotaur glaring at them. Multiple students all started to activate their powers as they all looked ready to kill the bleached peacock. The ground was shaking a little as a girl with green eyes seemed to have her hands glowing with green energy. It also got hotter in the hall as a boy with pitch black hair with a red streak in it had hands that literally were on fire. There was even a red-haired girl that had made a sword appear in her hand. They were all looking to want to draw Malfoy's blood. Okay, this definitely escalated quickly, Charlotte said from her place next to Harry. You don't seem to be trying to kill Malfoy. Harry looked at the fairy tale mage. She shrugged. As much as I like fighting demons as much as every other mystic soul, I have never been much of a fan of violence in general. There is a reason why I never signed up for dueling class. Isn't that a class you have to take since it is one of the main classes? Harry asked her, curious. It is mandatory only for those that have more violent powers, Charlotte explained, such as the mystic souls that can conjure weapons, bend the elements, move objects with their mind, and others' powers like them. I conjure fairy tales, so that class was more optional for me. Oh, Harry understood. Plus, I guess that not every mystic soul has powers that can be used in offensive ways, like Hestia and her healing powers. Keep thinking like that, and you will get very good grades here. Charlotte smiled at him. Harry could not help but look over at the teacher's table again. It was not surprising at all that none of the Hogwarts teachers seemed to care about what was going on. Flitwick was talking with Professor Lyon, probably asking him what they planned to do if this went any farther than it already has. And also, not to his surprise, he saw Headmistress Jaiwei once again sternly talking to Dumbledore with a heated glare at him as well. She was probably trying to convince him to try and do something about his student, while Dumbledore was probably going with his usual boys will be boys thing that he usually uses to excuse bullying. He had a feeling that Jaiwei was very tempted to call her lion back in to give him Hogwarts headmaster for dinner. Not that Harry could really blame her if she did. I suggest that you shut your mouth before Tauros does it for you. Angela glared at Malfoy even more. Nobody calls my angel a freak and gets away with it. Tauros also glared at Malfoy, his axe shining in the light of the room. The Hogwarts students all looked terrified that Malfoy might actually end up being cut in half by the Minotaur. And even as Malfoy looked to his usual bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle, for some form of backup, neither of them moved from where they were. That was probably the smartest decision that either have made in a long time. But before things could go too far, there was a loud whistle that could be heard throughout the entire main gallery. Looking over, it was Professor Elan, the power control professor. He was looking very stern, but he was not really upset with any of his students. All right, I understand that you all must be upset by that language, but this is not how you handle things, Professor Elan tells everyone. You settle them on the dueling field, where no bystanders can be injured by powers flying everywhere. Also, Mr. Malfoy, it is detention for a week for your horrible language. What? Draco looked furious about actually being punished, and by a mystic soul of all people. The Crystal Rose students all looked smug. There was definitely going to be no special treatment for any of the Hogwarts students that were probably all very used to being treated better by others based on things like their blood status or family name. That type of favoritism did not ever happen at Crystal Rose, and it was not going to start happening no matter what. You heard me, young man. Professor Elan crossed his arms as he looked at Malfoy. You are now a student here, and you must abide by our rules. And here, we have a zero-tolerance bullying policy. Malfoy looked like he had swallowed a lemon when he heard that. And if the Crystal Rose students were not smug before, they definitely were now. A lot of them even high-fived each other as they saw the look on his face. He obviously did not think that he would ever be punished for anything that he was ever done, even if it was something wrong. So this was a very funny first-time punishment delivery. The excitement quickly ended, and the first meal between the two schools ended along with it. The Hogwarts students could not get out of there fast enough, at least, until they realized that they would have to wait for at least one of their new housemates to show them where their new homes would be while they lived at Crystal Rose. Harry was with Chala, Charlotte, and Hawk as the three of them lead him toward the place where winter wolves call that part of the school home. It certainly was another part of the school that made him curious. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw both had towers to themselves. Hufflepuff was near the kitchens, and Slytherin was in the dungeon. So, it was definitely interesting to see where the Crystal Rose houses would be located in the school. You guys certainly never do anything halfway, do you? Harry asked the three of them. We're mystic souls, so normal is pretty much the farthest thing in the world to our kind, Charlotte said. Krynos did say that you all basically live by the saying, normal is vastly overrated, Harry chuckled. Well, that is true, Chala said. I can shapeshift into cat creatures, Charlotte can summon fairy tales, and Hawk is half harpy. Normal is very boring to us. I know that I would definitely rather live life with my wings than to ever have a normal life, Hawk says. Is it harder to actually be half harpy? Harry hoped that he did not accidentally offend Hawk. I mean, harpies are known as monsters. No offense. Oh, no offense at all. Hawk was not offended at all. I admit that being known as being part monster. Harpies do not have the best reputation, after all, but I am fine with who I am. Harpies are not as monstrous as they used to be. Well, it has been thousands of years since ancient Greece, Harry said. So, they would probably have evolved just as humans have. Harry does have a point, Charlotte says. After all, there are also centaur and siren students here as well. Not to mention the vampires and war creatures. Magical creatures are no longer just creatures. They are more human than those like wand users would like to think of them as. There are many different magical creatures around Hogwarts, Harry says, especially in the Forbidden Forest. There are centaurs, unicorns, acromantulas, not to mention the merpeople in the Black Lake. Acromantulas, Chalice's eyes widened. You have giant spiders in the forest surrounding your school? Have the staff at your school just gone completely mad? If they have, they went mad a long time ago, Harry said. I hate spiders, Charlotte shivered. That spider demon that tried to take over the school a couple of years ago definitely did not help with that. Hawk also looked to hate spiders. A spider demon? Harry was curious. Yeah, Chala nodded. She was able to sneak her way into the school and then conjured up a bunch of her giant spiders as a way to try and take over the school, as a way for her to have many powerful mystic souls to feed on. Feed on, Harry yelled, freaked out by that. The three all nodded. The spider demon does not eat like a human, Hawk explained. She feeds by draining the life force and the magic energy out of her victims. It was lucky that Krinos, Sophia, and I had managed to avoid her spiders and were able to vanquish her. I am usually fine with spiders, Harry shrugs, but I definitely never want to run into Aragon or any of his children ever again. Mostly because they would just try and eat me all over again. Not us, thank you very much. We are not fine with them, Charlotte stated, giggling. Harry left out the part that the reason that he was mostly fine with spiders was because of the number of them that he was around when he was living in the cupboard under the stairs. He hardly told anyone about that. Fred and George were the only ones that knew, but that was because of how they rescued his stuff when they came to get him the summer before his second year. They had picked the lock on the cupboard door to get his magic stuff that was locked inside. But what was also inside the cupboard was a child sign he made years ago. It said Harry's room on it. So the twins knew that he used to live in the cupboard. They did not confront him about it, and they let him come to them about it. They didn't even push him for details or give him pity. They comforted him, yes, but they did not pity him at all. Harry would always be grateful to the twins for that. So, Harry changed the conversation. Where is the Winter Wolf dorm anyway? Oh, you'll see, Chala smirked. The same smirk was also on Charlotte and Hawk. That definitely made Harry more excited to see what the dorm was going to be like. He did not really know what a Winter Wolf was anyway. He knew that it had to be a magical creature since the other houses all had magical creatures as their symbol. But other than that, he knew nothing. Eventually, they all made it to the north side of the school. They stood in front of a giant door that was navy blue. A silver wolf's head was painted in it as well. The eyes of the wolf painting glowed for a second. Welcome, Chala Jungle, Charlotte Mills, Hawk Ventus, and Harrison Potter Black, the painting seemed to say. The door then opened, allowing them all inside. Harry was shocked as the others lead him inside. The doors closed behind them. Noticing his shock, Chala chuckled and explained the door to him. That is the same for all of the doorways to the houses, he explained. We don't have passwords, riddles, or magical keys. The doors all have enchanted painting guardians that are able to scan us on sight to make sure that we are part of the Winter Wolf house. The only other ones allowed in are the professors and school healers. Oh, okay, Harry said. And then he got a good look at Winter Wolf house, and it was absolutely incredible. The entire place looked like a mix between a winter wonderland and an incredible forest in the winter time. The walls were a lighter shade of navy blue, with there also being tree designs on the walls done in black paint. And it was leafless winter trees, so the branches really did stand out along with the trunks. The ceiling was almost like a diamond, with how to seem to sparkle with silver and white color overhead as if it was a chandelier. The furniture was classic wooden furniture that one would mostly see in a log cabin. There was a fireplace against one wall, while the other walls all had floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the Crystal Rose animal stables outside of it. 2 other corridors were on the other side of the room, which obviously lead to the different dorms for the boys and girls. But there was also a spiral staircase that was close to an alcove of bookshelves on another side of the room. That staircase leads to another common room upstairs, Hawk tells Harry. Every house has at least 3 common rooms to help spread out all the students so that not everyone has to cram themselves into a single room if they wanted to hang out with friends they have in the house. It also helps for those that like to do their homework in the common rooms as well, Charlotte added. The more students in the common room, the less privacy one would have to make sure their work was not copied. Plus, it would be a lot noisier as well. That, Harry definitely understood. He almost always had to do his homework in his dorm room at Hogwarts because he hated how loud it could get in the common room. Plus, in his dorm was where he did not have Hermione trying to bother him about having her check everything that he writes in his essays. Her breathing down his neck like that always drove him crazy. But then what the door called him hit him like a ton of bricks. What did that door call me, Harrison Potter Black? Harry thought to himself. Chapter 25, Legacies. Chapter 25, Legacies. Harry had never felt more welcomed than he currently was in Winter Wolf. He was amazed by not only the dorm itself, but all of the students there as well. He did not know much about the actual magical creature that the house was based on, but he was definitely going to be asking about that in the future. He was still confused about why the door had called him by that name when they got there the previous day. Ever since he entered the magical world, he had always been told that his name was Harry James Potter. Now, a magical door that was probably more magical than even the Sorting Hat was calling him Harrison Potter Black. He knew he was Sirius's godson, but was there something his godfather had not told him yet? He knew that he would have to remember that for later, but he was going to try and have a few days of enjoying himself. He wanted to not have any drama, life-threatening situations, or anything else eventful happening for as long as possible. Only now that he thought about it, he may have just jinxed himself. Maybe he should ask the other students if they had a way to stop jinxes. All of the students were really nice and none of them looked at him, or any of their other new housemates, with suspicion. Something that Harry would not have blamed them for, given the history and hatred between wand users and mystic souls. But they did not let that corrupt their thoughts of their new housemates. They all seemed to be of the same mind that even though most wand users hated mystic souls, they were all going to let the individual wand users make their own impressions on them. Harry did not really know any of the other Hogwarts students that ended up in Winter Wolf. Not a lot ended up in the house, but there was a good handful. Harry only even knew the name of Adrian Pusey, one of the Slytherin chasers. And truthfully, he had always been curious about the Slytherin. Since he was the seeker for Gryffindor, he was able to most watch the game when the snitch would disappear from his sight. So, he noticed that Adrian never cheated. Those like Flint, Malfoy, and Miles Bletchley all cheated a lot. But then you had those like Adrian and Terrence Higgs, and neither of them cheated at all. Which only made it worse when Higgs had been replaced as seeker by Malfoy in Malfoy's second year. It was probably because Flint had been the captain, and he wanted his team filled with cheaters instead of those that wanted to win fair and square. The fact that Adrian was still on the team was a small miracle. Harry also thought that the dorm itself was very cool. He learned from Hawk and Chala that each dorm was set up the same way, but just with different designs and features based on which house it is. Such as how Winter Wolf had a secret passageway to the animal stables since a lot of students with animal familiars ended up in their house. There was also the magical design of how each dorm was a lot bigger on the inside than the outside. On the outside, the houses would all look as if they were really tall apartments that would appear as if they would only be a single bedroom. It reminded Harry of the magical tints that they had used when they had gone to the Quidditch World Cup. Bigger on the inside, while looking tiny on the outside. What he also loved about the dorm was that every student got their own room, a part of how big the magic made the dorms compared to what could be seen outside. The different years were each in different halls with the boys and girls in different halls. Each hall magically had the exact amount of rooms needed for the students. They all looked the same with the same large canopy bed, a single bookshelf, a desk for homework, a wardrobe for their clothes, and magical lights that they controlled how bright they were. Winter Wolf had their dorm near the animal stables. Dryad had a good view of the forest that surrounded the school. Mermaid, of course, had a view of the lake. Siren was close to the greenhouse. Dragon students would be able to see the dueling fields. Griffin was close to the magical observatory and had a glass ceiling to get a great view of the sky above them. Unicorn was the house close to a meadow that a lot of students like to use for picnics when they want to. Where the dorms were located definitely all matched the creatures very well. Wolves are pack animals, so Winter Wolf was near the stables. Mermaids are aquatic creatures, so of course, it would be near the lake. Dragons were known to be the most fierce and violent creatures out there, so it was only natural that it would overlook the dueling field. The next morning, Harry got up and almost didn't want to. The bed was probably the comfiest one that he had ever been in, but he knew he had to even if it was the weekend, and he did not have any classes until morning. The weekend was the chosen time for them to come to the school, so that they had a few days to get used to the school before their classes started. He changed into some of the new clothes that he had from Sirius, giving him a bunch of not only his brother's old stuff, but some of his own as well. He smiled as he looked in the mirror in the bathroom that was connected to his room, each room having its own. He was wearing one of Sirius's old dark red shirts with jeans, sneakers, and even some old cuff bracelets that fit him but didn't fit Sirius anymore. After that, he went back to the common room of Winter Wolf. Hawk, Chala, and a few other students were already there. "Good morning, Harry," Chala greeted his new friend. "Morning, Chala," Harry greeted him back. "I hope that you slept well," Chala says. "Lots of our new students get homesick in the first couple of days of being at school." "It was fine, Chala." Harry did not have the heart to tell him that he would never feel bad about being away from Durskabin. "I slept probably better than I have in a long time." "That is the magic of the beds here," Hawk chuckled. "Not that there is actual magic in the mattresses or the covers, but they are so comfy that they make a lot of the new students feel like there is magic in them." "Is sleep magic actually a thing?" Harry asked them. "There is a dreamless sleep potion that I am aware of, but it is highly addictive and cannot be used a lot. As I am sure Krinos has told you, magical poppy pollen helps with sleeping," Hawk said. "Actual sleep magic, not really a thing. Sleep magic itself is not an actual power, but dream magic is," Chala says. "Dream mages are known for being able to enter the dreams of others and manipulate them any way they want. Others, if they are powerful enough, are able to dream the future," Hawk adds. "There are even those that get powerful enough for them to be able to actually bring their dreams to life." "Whoa," Harry gasped. "There really are mystic souls with any type of magic that you can think of." "That is the way of our people," Hawk says. "We live and thrive because we know that we are all unique, and there is no one else that would be like us. Similar, yes, but never exactly like us." "Krinos did say that there are no two mystic souls alike," Harry said. "And he is right," Chala nodded. "Sure, there are those that are in the magical clans, but they are the exception to that rule." Krinos mentioned those as well, Harry remembered. He said that two main clans were the Enchanted Gems and the Mystical Nations. "At least, that is what I remember anyway." "Your memory is definitely a good one," Hawk complimented him. "I actually have a friend that is a part of the Angel Feather group of the Mystical Nations clan. And I also have a couple of friends that are Enchanted Sapphires from the Enchanted Gems clan," Chala said. "You will meet plenty of students here with all types of powers." "Well, those in this house certainly are telling me just how many types of powers would be in this school," Harry says. "I mean, you are all so different and that is amazing. Charlotte can summon fairy tales, Hawk is half harpy, and you have jungle cat powers. It's all so cool." "Glad that you think so," Chala smiled at him. "We should probably head down to breakfast," Hawk says. "Mostly because I am hungry, and I do not want to go hunting for prey." "The only time you go hunting for food is when you go to the grocery store," Chala chuckled. "Fair enough," Hawk smirked. Seeing Harry being confused, Chala decided to explain things. "Since Hawk is half harpy, he likes to joke a lot about acting like he would if he was more like the ancient harpies," he explained. "And that includes going hunting. He has never hunted a day in his life." "Unless you count when I hunt demons," Hawk commented. "That is less about hunting and more about helping the innocents," Chala said. After that was when they both got up. Harry followed them out the door, and they all made their way over to the main gallery for breakfast. Harry took notice of how much the creatures of the houses were represented around the school. Not only the statues outside and the tapestries in the entry hall. There were pictures, paintings, figurines, and even plaques about past students with what their houses were being shown as well. "What made these creatures be made the houses?" Harry asked the two. Chala and Hawk looked at each other, smiling at his curiosity. They did not expect much curiosity from Hogwarts students, but there were quite a few that they did see were not like the others. They actually wanted to know about the land and the school that they were not a part of. And Harry was obviously very eager to learn as much as he could. In ancient times, there were the creatures that represented the main elements of magic, Chala explained. Dragons for fire, griffins for air, unicorns for light, mermaids for water, sirens for sound, dryads for earth, and winter wolves for ice. Back then, they were the most powerful forces in magic. Before technology, before discrimination, before the world separated. When magic was more free. It was when magic and mortals started to separate that things became difficult. Hawk took over the explanation. Magic started to have to be hidden, as well also branched out into other elements. But even then, they were always the origin of all the magic that we use today. So, even when many forget about where magic had originally come from, we do everything we can to honor them. Harry was definitely shocked at that. He did not know any of that about the origin of their magic. He was definitely aware that there was probably some creature blood in all of them, considering the human-like magical creatures in the world like vampires, werewolves, and many others. Crystal Rose was the prime example of what a school would be like by fully embracing its very magical history. That's amazing, Harry gasped. Most of magical history fades with time, Chala says. Most remember the epic battles, the finding of magical cities like Camelot and Atlantis, and the creation of heroes and villains. Things like the origins of magic get put on the back burner until they are forgotten about completely. But we have always honored everything about magic here, Hawk said. Greece is a very traditional country, after all. We blend the modern with the ancient in perfect harmony. Melody is probably going to slap you on the back of your head the next time she sees you now, Chala laughed. Hawk was already rubbing the back of his head. She never did like others moving in on her magical territory, he chuckled. Harry chuckled as well. He did not know Melody as well as he knew Krenos, but she was probably a lot like him. Not just because they were twins, but Olivia and Krenos seemed to be alike even though they were just cousins. So, it would make sense for actual siblings to be more alike than cousins would be, which made him figure that Melody probably also had a sarcastic and sassy streak 100 miles long. He was actually looking forward to seeing her when she does get as sassy as Krenos and Olivia have gotten. As they were walking to the main gallery, Harry looked out of the window and saw a group of students outside. Looking closer, he noticed that most of them were cheering something on. Since there were not a lot of students, he was able to see what was going on. His eyes widened as he saw a boy and girl dueling. But not with spells, with swords. Even with everything that he had seen in the magical world, two teenagers fighting each other with swords was still not something he would expect to see. What in the... he gasped. Hearing him and also noticing that their new friend was not keeping up with them anymore, Chala and Hawk stopped walking and looked behind them. Seeing Harry looking out the window, they both made their way over to him and looked out the window with him. Oh, looks like they are at it again, Chala chuckled as he saw what was happening. Nobody would be shocked by this at all, Hawk sighed. It's expected by this point. This is normal around here, Harry was shocked. It's normal for those guys, Chala says. But it's not like anyone can blame them when it is in their blood. Sword fighting is in their blood, Harry raised an eyebrow. Of course, Hawk said. The two that you can see fighting are Rosalina Beauty and Jasper Argonaut. Argonaut as in Jason and the Argonauts. The Greek myth, Harry asked. The two other boys nodded. As you now know, the Greek myths are real, Chala says. All myths and legends from all across the world are real. Same with fairy tales, which should be obvious since that is Charlotte's magic. Yeah, I do know that, Harry said, wanting the explanation faster than how Chala was currently giving it. Well, since they are all real, that does also mean that they would have descendants, Chala continued. We even have a term for them. All descendants of heroes, villains, and other important figures from myths, legends, and fairy tales are known as legacies. Wait, Harry said. So, that would mean that Jasper... Both of the boys nodded at him, answering his question. Yeah, Hawk says. Jasper is the descendant of Jason himself, the man that led the Argonauts in an effort to gain the Golden Fleece. One of the most famous Greek mythological heroes along with Heracles, Achilles, and Perseus. And the girl that he is fighting is also a legacy, Chala added. Rosalia is the daughter of Aurora and Philip, otherwise known as Sleeping Beauty and Prince Philip. Rosalina obviously takes after her dad since he prefers a good sword fight and hates naps with a passion, Hawk chuckled. That was all a big shock to Harry. There were actual children of ancient heroes, villains, and fairy tales around the school. That was both shocking and just incredible as well. He never thought that something so cool could actually exist. Even in a world of magic, he didn't think that there could be legacies because of how long ago these myths and legends have taken place. It was as if it was even realistic to think that he would run into a descendant of King Arthur or Merlin even when they lived over 1,000 years ago. It would be hard to believe that anyone in the modern day would have either of their last names after all this time. The fairy tales were easier to accept since Charlotte explained how fairy tales always repeat themselves with one generation taking over from the previous one. Not literally, of course, since it would be cruel to make the children of the fairy tales repeat their parents' stories, especially if that would also mean forcing a villain's kid to be evil if they did not want to be. The mythical legacies definitely were ones that he was very intrigued by, especially since there were so many different myths and legends from all over the world. He wondered if they would have the same powers as their ancestors if their ancestors had powers in the first place, such as if any descendant of Heracles had his super strength, or if any descendant of Merlin had a boost in their magic, or if the descendant of Ichabod Crane was still haunted by the Headless Horseman. There was so much potential for their descendants to be just as great and powerful as their ancestors were. He really wanted to meet more of them. "I honestly should not be shocked with what you guys tell me anymore," Harry said. "Yeah, it takes some getting used to," Chala says. "We always have to look after first-generation mages when they come into the school because it can be very overwhelming for them since they have not lived in the magical world until then. I am always so glad when the Magic Council interferes with them," Hawk stated. "Magic and mortals should never meet, so any first-generation out there should be taken to the magical world immediately. It would reduce the risk of magic being exposed." Chala agreed with his friend. Harry was definitely going to be asking about why they all seemed to hate mortals so much. He was not going to assume that they were like Malfoy and thought that mortals were animals that were below them. He assumed that they actually had a reason, and he was going to find out that reason. Chapter 26. Some Serious Progress. Chapter 26. Some Serious Progress. Meanwhile, back in magical Britain, Sirius was looking through more books in the Black Family Library. Now that Dumbledore was in Greece and being watched over by the mystic souls of Crystal Rose, he had more freedom to plan against the old man. And another good reason for Dumbledore being out of the country would be that he was no longer calling useless order meetings and having many people constantly coming and going. The freedom that he had was very useful since there was no way to keep all of the explosions happening a secret. The explosions, of course, were from him practicing potions from books that Krinos and Olivia had sent him. Since he was embracing his mystic soul powers for the first time, he also wanted to be part of their culture and way of life. It had already intrigued him, so it would not shock anyone that knew what he was doing to find him learning even more about it. His brain was another thing that people constantly underestimated about him. Their classmates and housemates all saw the Marauders in clearly defined roles. Remus was the brains, Pettigrew was the follower, James was the creative one, and Sirius was the main prankster. But what no one else knew was how much their pranking helped them with their studying. Pettigrew was always dumb no matter what, but Remus, James, and Sirius were always in the top 10 students of their year. Their pranks sometimes used very hard spells or potions to make them work, and using such complicated spells and potions helped them do better in school. Not that most noticed since all they saw was a group of immature pranksters that defined the term reckless Gryffindors. But it was better to be underestimated than overestimated in Sirius's eyes. It allowed him to be able to defeat enemies easier since they did not think he was that smart or powerful. But that did not mean he did not still know how to have a good time even as he grew up, such as when he had been an Auror. He had been with James, 2 other Aurors, and a then-rookie Kingsley when they had been attacked by some Death Eaters. They were able to defeat them, and Sirius even had fun while doing it. Like when he had yelled out, "Duck," at the Death Eaters, and they actually did all duck. But the fun part came when he conjured a giant rubber duck that fell on top of them. But not only had Sirius been working on learning more about mystic soul culture, but he had been even busier when it came to working on their plans to deal with Voldemort and Dumbledore. Both were very serious threats in their own ways, and they both needed to be dealt with before one, the other, or both, caused even more destruction and deaths. Sirius was not even aware of which of them caused more deaths. Voldemort and his Death Eaters go on killing sprees where they kill pretty much anyone that is unfortunate enough to cross their paths, especially those that fight against them. It was why the Pruitt brothers, the uncles of Fred and George and the other Weasley kids, were killed, because they had gone to Bones Manor when Death Eaters had attacked it. Everyone in the manor had been killed, leaving only Susan Bones and her Aunt Amelia as the remaining members of the Bones family. And those deaths only added to those that Voldemort himself added to whenever he got annoyed or angry with his followers and killed them himself. He gives out torture and killing curses like Muggles hand out candy on Halloween. And when it came to Dumbledore, he was always willing to sacrifice others in order to get what he wants. Because he wants all kids to look at him as a savior, he goes out of his way to keep abused kids in their abusive households so that he looks like a savior when he brings them into Hogwarts. Many children, especially Muggleborns, were killed by their families through the abuse because of Dumbledore's actions. Not to mention how whenever he took the lead in any attack during the wars against Grindelwald and Voldemort, he would force those fighting on the front lines to use only non-lethal spells like stunning and disarming. He would say that it was because he did not want them going down to the Death Eaters level, but Sirius believed that it was because he wanted those on the front lines to die since they were all really powerful and Dumbledore felt threatened by them. Such as a lot of the original Order of the Phoenix. There was also not a single doubt in Sirius's mind that Dumbledore had been the one that leaked the location of Alice and Frank Longbottom to the Lestrange trio. The two of them were not only powerful, but Alice was also Harry's godmother. With her out of the way along with himself in Azkaban, there was no one to stop Dumbledore from sending Harry to the Dursleys. He was going to make sure Dumbledore paid for what he had done. Sirius pulled out another book from one of the shelves. This time it was a book on laws that relate to the general public. And it would also include bystander laws, which were laws that would involve those that knew about a crime but did not do anything about it. He hoped that there was something in it that would help nail Dumbledore for all of the abused children that he knew about and never helped. At the same time, there were also books on Mystic Soul magical cores around him as well. He needed to know more about them in case something might go wrong if Harry wanted his own Mystic Soul powers unlocked when he finds out about them. He was not going to risk anything happening to his son in all but blood. Well, a little blood since James and Lily did have him blood adopt Harry when they made him his godfather. He has multiple books open in front of him when a familiar blue portal opened up in the library. Olivia stepped out of it, the portal closing behind her. "As much as I love my own powers, your portals are so cool," Sirius complimented her. Olivia giggled. "Yeah, they definitely help when I need to get somewhere quickly. I learned how to do my teleportation portals long before I was able to do time portals." "Well, it's not like time travel is the easiest magic in the world," Sirius says. "Time turners are the most controlled magical artifact for wand users. Unless you happen to be one of Dumbledore's pets," Remus said as he walked into the library. "Hello, Olivia." "Remus," she greeted him back. "And what were you saying?" "You know that I was teaching defense during Harry's 3rd year at Hogwarts?" Remus started. "Yeah," Sirius nodded, still hating that Remus was so discriminated against that he was forced to resign just because he was a werewolf, and it only made it even more unfair since he had heard from Harry, Fred, and George that Remus had been the best defense against the dark arts teacher that they have ever had. And it was more telling that Fred and George also said that since they were in Hogwarts for longer, so they have had more teachers for the subject than Harry did. "Well, from what I found out, Dumbledore gave Hermione a time turner that year as well," Remus told the two in the room. "What?" they both yelled. "He gave an irresponsible teenage girl the power to travel through time," Olivia screamed in rage. "She was a time mage, and time was sacred to her. To think about a teenage girl that cares only about herself. It was the code that she lived by as a time mage to never mess with the timeline, especially not for selfish purposes. Hermione may be able to memorize what is in books, but she lacks common sense," Remus says. "When the students signed up for their electives, she signed up for all of them even when multiple elective classes take place at the same time." Isn't one of those classes Muggle studies?" Sirius raised an eyebrow. "She's a Muggleborn, and she actually signed up for a class that she could probably take the final exam of as a first-year student and still pass with flying colors. As I said, she lacks common sense," Remus crossed his arms. "Apparently, She wanted to learn about muggles from a wizard perspective because she found it fascinating. Something is seriously wrong with that girl. Olivia shook her head. Well, Dumbledore apparently thought that she deserved to be above the rules, so he gave her a time turner so that she could take all the classes, Remus said. I figured it out because my class took place at the same time as arithmancy, and yet when I asked Professor Vector, she said that Hermione was also in her class. A time turner was the only reason that could be possible. Dumbledore has officially lost his mind, Sirius said. That is an extremely dangerous thing she was doing, Olivia said. If she ran into herself at any point, that would have caused a disaster. Time is a delicate thing, and running into your past self is a surefire way to cause the timeline to come undone. Just from someone running into themselves, Sirius asked. If it was a version of her that was actually close to her age, then it would, since it was technically still her from the same time, since she probably did not go back farther than from that night to that morning, Olivia explained. The last time that two versions of the same person that came from the same time met, it took every time mage from across history to fix what happened. How bad was it? Remus was almost afraid to ask. Dinosaurs were running around New York City during the Thanksgiving Day parade, Olivia said. Marie Antoinette was causing chaos at the Great British Bake Off during Cake Week. An army of robots from the future ended up in World War II Germany. A group of Salem witch hunters invaded the original shooting of the movie Hocus Pocus. It was chaos all over the timeline. So many people were where and when they were not supposed to be. That must have been awful. Sirius could not imagine how worried Olivia and the other time mages were. We managed to get it under control, but we always have to be careful, Olivia says. And letting a girl have the power to go back in time, just to take the classes she wanted, is not the way to take care of the timeline. It's what Dumbledore does, Sirius scoffed. As long as you are one of his precious Gryffindor puppets that will do whatever he wants, he will reward you any way he pleases. Hermione certainly did not earn the time turner, Remus said. She may act like she knows everything, but her actual work says otherwise. I lost count of how many times I handed her back her essays, homework, and even some of her tests because I could not read anything she wrote. Her handwriting was so small that not even an enlarging charm helped. Plus, she would write so much, going beyond the required length that I set, that it made me question if she ever paid any attention to what I was teaching. Harry has said that she likes adding as much as can to show off how smart she is, Sirius says. That would work in her favor if she bothered to stay on topic with what she writes, Remus said. She seems to go out of her way to write every thought that comes into her head. I once assigned a 3-foot essay on the government system of vampires, specifically looking for if any of the students would take notice that most vampires were actually in South America and Australia instead of Romania and Transylvania. From Hermione, I got a 6-foot essay on how basically she thought that vampires should run their government. There was even an entire foot dedicated to what they should do to helping muggles, even when vampires should be secret and not out in the open. Delusional girl, party of one, Olivia stated in the usual garden sassiness. Makes you wonder how she is under the impression that she is the brightest witch of her generation, Sirius says. Dumbledore probably interferes with her grades since there is no way those like Flitwick, Vector, Sinestra, Babbling, or even Sprout would give her good grades because she pretends to be as smart as she wants to be. I'm with you there, Remus agreed with the head of the Black family. McGonagall and Snape would let her pass just because Dumbledore tells them to, but he would definitely have to personally interfere with her grades with the other teachers. We should add that to our plans, Olivia suggested. I may not be the biggest fan of wand users in general, but they deserve quality education like everyone else. Hogwarts needs an overhaul of their staff and governors so that only the best people for the job are chosen. I could not agree more, Sirius nodded. And with new school governors, there would also be a chance to bring back all the classes that have been removed because Dumbledore either thinks that they are too dark or because he wants to stop the students from getting too powerful. Yeah, Remus agreed. Didn't there used to be an alchemy class at Hogwarts? Sirius nodded again. My grandfather told me about that when he would visit. He actually cared about Regulus and me, so he gave us advice about school. He once told Regulus that alchemy might be a good class for him, and he had not been happy that Regulus could not take it since it was no longer offered. The alchemist Nicholas Flamel is famous even to mystic souls, Olivia says. Since Dumbledore studied under him, It would be obvious that he would not want others to also have that powerful knowledge. It would make him look even more wise and powerful to normal witches and wizards, Remus said, meaning that fewer people would actually question him or any of his decisions. People need to think for themselves instead of just going along with what someone that looks powerful says or does, Olivia stated. They all rolled their eyes at that since it was very obvious how that was most likely never going to happen in magical Britain. Most of the country's magical population were born followers. Specifically, it was those that followed the Ministry, those that followed Voldemort, and those that followed Dumbledore. Those that followed no one were a very small group. On the bright side, there has been some progress on some other parts of our plan, Sirius says. Good, because there cannot be much else done at Crystal Rose except damage control until Harry figures out about his powers, Olivia says. You're a mystic soul and a very powerful one, Remus said. If you just tell Harry that he has blocked powers, wouldn't he believe you? He might, but that does not mean that I should tell him, Olivia says. Mystic soul powers are best discovered on their own. Interfering with that might lead to complications with the block. How so? Remus asked. Since we don't know much about the block, it might tighten its grip on Harry's magical core if he finds out about his powers from an outside source, Olivia explained. And the more of a hold that it has on his core, the more dangerous it would be to remove the block. I have read about that in one of these books. Sirius goes through all the books in front of him. It was something about how since mystic soul magic and wand magic are so different, mixing the two of them has previously only led to those that have lost their magic, gone insane, or even died because of the damage done to their magical cores. Heavy, Remus gasped. There is a reason why our kinds don't get along, Olivia says. But anyway, the progress that I have made will be of great help to us, Sirius says. From my research, there have been beings previously thought immortal, unkillable, or indestructible have all found their ends when they came across many different types of mystic souls. That was a shock to the other two adults. Even Olivia, with all of her traveling through time, she has actually come across several artifacts that would grant things like invincibility, immortality, and eternal life. She had to hide them all away in order to keep evil beings, or even random people from finding these artifacts and becoming immortal or invincible. I guess even someone like me can still learn new things about her kind, Olivia said. What have you read, Sirius? Remus asked him. Incidences involving immortal or indestructible beings have been seen throughout history, Sirius explained. But mystic souls have learned that either their own specific magic or just magic done in abnormal ways have been used to take care of these threats. There was a nature mage back in the late 1990s that came across a demon that became immortal through the water of a magical spring. She had managed to defeat him by using her magic to turn him into a tree. Still immortal, but also still defeated. Krynos has done that to demons before, Olivia said. I am honestly not surprised that he has, Remus says. There was also the case of a group of demons that had experimented with many different potions back in the 1800s. Sirius chose another example. Their experiments ended up with them accidentally making themselves indestructible. But then a fire mage and a mage with telekinesis combined their powers in order to vanquish them by, instead of attacking from the outside, they attacked the demons from the inside. Unleashing fire inside of the demons got past their invincible bodies to vanquish them literally from the inside out. That is all very useful, but what exactly does that information do in order to help us? Remus was confused. Olivia snapped her fingers, getting a light bulb over her head moment. Voldemort, she figured out. His body was destroyed when Harry was a baby, but he became a wraith instead of dying. And he was able to fully get his body back through the use of an ancient ritual. Bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy, Sirius remembered. Harry told me what he did. So, you think that your research can help deal with Voldemort? Remus finally got what they were talking about. Well, probably one of the few honest things that Dumbledore has said is that Voldemort has gone to great lengths in order to keep himself from dying, Sirius says. So, using unique and different methods will be what we can do to get around whatever he did to keep himself from dying. I will check in with some of the experts in ancient magic back at Crystal Rose, Olivia said. Maybe they would be able to come up with why Voldemort was able to keep himself from moving on and then was able to get a body back. This is definitely progress, Remus says. For one enemy, Sirius reminded him. We need to be a lot sneakier when dealing with Dumbledore. Olivia and Remus nodded in agreement with him. Chapter 27. A Storm is Coming. Chapter 27. A Storm is Coming. Harry did not know that any place could be as welcoming as Crystal Rose. Not only was the school itself such a beautiful place, but the students were also very kind. Chala and Hawk were certainly very helpful with getting the Hogwarts students in Winterwolf comfortable, since they were very new to the Mystic Soul environment. And even when they had gone to breakfast the next morning, Harry could see that there were other Hogwarts students that seemed to be opening up more to the Mystic Souls. Sure, there was still a lot that looked at the Mystic Souls as if they were going to start attacking them at any given second, but it was not all of them. He knew that he saw Luna talking with some of the other Unicorn students, including Krenos, and Neville was also seen talking with Unicorn students as well. Fred and George were happily chatting with their fellow Griffins. Harry was glad that not everyone instantly hated the Crystal Rose students, and over the weekend, things tended to actually remain somewhat calm. Headmistress Jaiwei had even announced that Monday and Tuesday would also not have classes to give the schools more time to adjust to each other. It was mostly peaceful, but Harry was not thinking that it would last for much longer, especially with those like Malfoy, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny around. And speaking of the annoying trio, Harry had been able to mostly avoid the three of them after he had been sorted. He was really glad that Headmistress Jaiwei was not the same type of easily influenced person as there was back in Magical Britain. She held her ground, and he had not been transferred to Dryad, nor was the trio transferred to Winter Wolf. He was very thankful to the headmistress since she obviously is a very stern but caring lady that takes no nonsense from anyone. He was also pretty sure that was probably one of the few times that Dumbledore ever actually heard the word no before. He probably threw a temper tantrum when he was finally alone, but as he would steal glances at the trio every now and again during meals, he saw that none of them interacted with their fellow Dryad students. And not just that, but the Dryads seemed to also be glaring at them a lot. It did not surprise Harry that the three of them were already making enemies at Crystal Rose. On Tuesday, he saw that the glaring had not stopped. He decided that asking Chala what he thinks went on would be the best thing. He knew a lot more about the school than he did himself after all. I do not interact much with the Dryad students, if I am being honest, Chala tells him as they sit down for breakfast. Really? Harry asked, slightly confused. In any school, there are bound to be rivalries, and those that don't get along, Chala explained. If you take the actual magical creatures that represent our houses, winter wolves and dryads have never gotten along in history. I know that dryads are tree spirits, Harry admitted. They are like nymphs, only they work only with trees while nymphs can be in forests, water, mountains, and other places. But I don't know anything about winter wolves. Winter wolves are an ancient branch of warrior animals that were said to have been born when moonlight first shined over the ice during the Ice Age, Chala explains. They appear as white wolves, but with magical armor made out of ice. It is even said that their howl could summon a powerful blizzard. That is actually very cool. Harry was amazed by the magical creature. And that does now make sense why they would not get along with the dryads. Ice and nature are not a good pairing. It's why the students of Winter Wolf and Dryad don't typically get along, Chala said. Our personalities usually clash. They are typically secretive loner types, while we are the house that is like one big pack. We're too different to get along. Harry thought that was a much better reason than the rivalry/blatant hatred that was between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Winter Wolf and Dryad did not get along because of conflicting personalities, while it was just biased nature and prejudice that separated Gryffindor and Slytherin. Harry always thought that the house rivalry was stupid. Anyway, sure, he hated those like Malfoy and Parkinson, but they were only two members of the house. Two people, plus those like Voldemort and Lucius Malfoy, did not define everyone that has ever been a Slytherin and who will one day become a Slytherin. Sirius had even told Harry how James's father, his grandmother, was a Slytherin by the name of Doria Black. She had been Sirius's great-aunt, but she was the farthest thing from evil. She had been a Slytherin, but that was because she was ambitious. She was one of the best healers that Street Mungos had ever had. Even to this day, there was still a wing at the magical hospital named after her. Harry was still very glad that he had Sirius always in his life, since he had come into it back in his third year. Sirius still sent letters to him using Dobby and Winky. They exchanged multiple letters a day. Sirius was very glad to hear how well that he was adjusting to the school, and that he was quickly making friends. He always would tell Harry that his parents would be so proud of the wizard he was becoming. Especially his mum, since Lily was known for having a kind heart, just like Harry. That always made Harry smile even more, since he was so used to people comparing him to his father and hardly ever mentioning his mother. Harry then felt his nose twitch as he suddenly sneezed. Looking up after he sneezed, he saw that there was some type of glitter falling around him and Chala. The jungle cat mage only looked a little annoyed, but it was the type of fondly annoyed that a person would be when they were used to these types of things. Valia, really? He looked up as he raised an eyebrow. Harry looked up as well, and boy was he shocked when he did. Above their heads was a girl that was flying with literal butterfly wings coming out of her back. The girl was quite beautiful and had grace and elegance to her style. She had long blonde hair braided with roses and butterflies and had pink streaks. Her eyes were a stunning blue that you could see, if you were close enough, had specks of purple in them. Her style was a red, pink, and purple dawn-colored dress with gold flats. On her wrists were diamond rose cuff bracelets, a butterfly on the one on her right wrist. Her butterfly wings were different compared to the rest of her style, since they were the black and orange wings of a monarch butterfly, quite dark compared to the other bright colors she wore. "Whoa!" Harry gasped. Valia giggled as she floated down and landed on the seat across the table from the two of them. "You know me, Chala," she smirked. "I can never help but make an entrance. How Buzz can stand you is anyone's guess." Chala shook his head, chuckling as he did. Valia then turned to Harry, giving him a beautiful smile. "Valia Fly, at your service." Valia offered her hand and Harry shook it. "Butterly Witch extraordinaire and proud member of Unicorn House. I think if I thought that you had anything other than something butterfly-related, I would need to be examined for potions that lower my IQ." Harry chuckled, but then he noticed her accent. "You're from England." Valia and her boyfriend, Buzz, both fled from England after their powers came out. Chala tells him. "He had not been my boyfriend at that time, but the rest of that was true," Valia says. "I used to be a member of the Avery family, and Buzz's former last name was Prince. We both had to flee the country since we knew our families would kill us for being mystic souls." "Prince?" Harry started thinking. "I think that I heard that name somewhere before, but I can't remember where." "It will come back to you eventually, Harry." Chala patted him on the back. Harry knew that he heard that last name somewhere before. He just had to do some digging inside of his head before he fully figured out where he had heard the name from. Maybe he could just ask Sirius. "So," Harry turned his attention back to Valia, "what type of magic technically is involved with butterfly magic?" "There is a lot of different types of abilities that my magic gives me," Valia explained. "Other than my obvious ability to fly, I also have some slight air manipulation powers, some light manipulation abilities, and a lot that is really just stuff that I think is what inspired the creator of that Pokemon anime to create most bug-type attacks." "I was never allowed to watch anime," Harry tells her. He left out that he was not really allowed to watch anything since it would be a cold day in the underworld when the Dursleys would ever allow him anything that would actually cause him to be happy in even the slightest way. "Okay, we are never allowing you to meet our friend Madison." Chala places his hand on Harry's shoulder. "I agree with you on that, Catboy," Valia said. "Why?" Harry was confused, but could see the amused look in both of their eyes. "Madison was born in the United States, but she spent a lot of her time in Japan at the Mystic Soul School there before she transferred here," Chala says to him. "She loves anime, and she will always take any opportunity given to her to spread her love of anime. Typically, if she learns that someone has not watched a specific show or has not seen anime at all, she will basically kidnap you and make you watch as much as she can get away with," Valia giggled. "She made me watch 3 whole seasons of Fairy Tail before letting me go. She had me watch half of Naruto before I could no stay awake any longer," Chala chuckled. "If she learns you have not watched any anime at all, she will not let you leave her side until you have seen enough to finally satisfy her." Valia shook her head fondly at the thought of her friend. "And that might not be for a while." "Ha ha ha." Harry laughed with them as the three of them soon finished their breakfast. Chala then asked Harry if there was anything in the school that he had not seen yet. Harry wanted to see the garden at the back of the school, so Chala was more than happy to take him there. Valia said she would come, but she already had plans with Luna to show her around. But on their way out of the main gallery, they were unfortunate enough to have been intercepted by the annoying trio. Harry knew that it was too good to last even longer than it already has. Harry, we need to talk to you. Hermione basically was ordering him to talk to them. Well, it will have to wait. Harry did not want to deal with them right now. Chala was about to show me the garden. I have not seen it yet. Well, it can wait, Ginny said. If you want me to wait, then you can be the ones to wait instead. Harry waved them off. Let's go, Chala. Maybe Krinos is there as well. I wanted to get his recommendations for the classes I should take. Krinos always has been one to give the best advice, Chala said. The two of them tried to leave, but Hermione grabbed Harry's arm before they could get more than just 2 feet away. Harry was really trying not to get his wand out to hex them. They have really been getting on his nerves lately. He was so sick of them trying to control him. You've been ignoring us, Harry. Hermione glared at him as she tried to scold him. We're your best friends, and best friends don't ignore each other. You ignored me for an entire month during the summer. Harry threw back at her. You can call this karma. We were only doing what Dumbledore told us to do, Ron argued. Headmaster Dumbledore. Hermione corrected him. Yeah, Headmaster. Harry pulled his arm from Hermione's grip, meaning that he has no power to order you or anyone outside of school, even if we attend the school that he is in charge of, for the simple fact that it was summer, so he did not have the right or power to tell you to do anything. Dumbledore was only doing what was right. Ron glared at Harry. Headmaster Dumbledore. Hermione corrected again. But Ron is right, Harry. No, he isn't. Harry was fighting the urge to yell. Dumbledore was not doing what was right. He was just doing what he wanted because he wants to control everything about my life. Harry James Potter. Hermione scolded him as she hit his arm with every name she said. How dare you insult the headmaster? He has done nothing, Harry interrupted her, as she had done with him many times in the past. He has done nothing. He has not done anything to free Sirius. He did not do anything to stop the basilisk in our second year. He did not do anything to stop Quirrell from attempting to take the Sorcerer's Stone. He did not do anything to stop the Dementors from coming onto school grounds multiple times and nearly getting many students kissed. What he has done is sit on his high horse and watch as everyone around him suffers while he waits for a single moment where he can make himself look like a hero when he has done nothing. Harry did not notice Chala looking at him with worry. He obviously could tell that his friend was more upset and betrayed than angry. He looked over at the Griffin table and was glad to see Fred and George already looking at the scene that was happening. He waved them over, and the twins quickly were making their way over to the group. He is the greatest wizard since Merlin, Ginny basically screamed at Harry. He is a whole lot more important than you could ever be, Ron sneered at Harry. Please, Harry rolled his eyes. Dobby is a better person than Dumbledore is, and Dobby is an insane house elf that thought seriously injuring me was the best way to get me to leave Hogwarts. Huh. Chala raised an eyebrow. I'll tell you later, Harry tells the jungle cat mage. That got the 3 annoyances to glare at Chala. He was not fazed by their glaring as he knew that they were all probably just a part of the mystic soul-hating wand users that were basically bred in magical Britain. If he got angry every time a wand user glared at him, he would have killed them all just on the first day of them being there. This is all his fault. Hermione was quick to place blame on Chala. Him and all the other fakers around this school. Fakers. Chala raised his eyebrow again. Hermione is delusional about mystic soul powers, Harry tells Chala. She doesn't believe that any of you are real because she believes that magic without a wand is impossible. Wow, she really is delusional, Chala stated. It is impossible, Hermione screamed. Magic without a wand cannot be done. Stop pretending that it can. Chala rubbed his ears. Even when not using his magic to hear more than normal people could, his ears were still very sensitive to loud noises. He could not stand being around anything loud, since if something was loud enough, then he might accidentally go deaf. Hermione, enough. Harry actually was yelling at this point. Get over yourself. You do not know everything about everything. They are mystic souls. They do not need wands. It is not wandless magic. It is mystic soul magic. Get the hell over yourself. There was sudden thunder heard from outside. Fred and George looked at each other as this situation was very similar to when the lightning had crashed into the Black family garden. An argument, Harry getting really angry, the weather having a sudden change for the worse. They would not be surprised if another lightning bolt would soon crash through one of the windows in the main gallery. You cannot talk to her like that, Ron yelled at Harry. I can talk to her, you, or anyone any way that I want, Harry yelled back. I am not going to let you control me anymore. We have never tried to control you, Ginny insisted, but did not sound that convincing. Really? Harry raised an eyebrow. How about when you kept trying to drag me away from Sirius when he was telling me about my family? How about when you tried to keep me away from Krenos and Olivia, even when they have been nothing but helpful? How about when every time I have a book with me, you try and take it away for no reason? How about Harry? Fred almost materialized on one side of him. Calm down. George appeared on his other side. They both placed their hands on his shoulders. Their presence helped Harry to calm down and start to breathe. It did not escape the twins or Chala that the thunder soon stopped and the sky got brighter outside. How about you three leave him alone? Fred tells the annoying trio. At least until you learn not to be pains in the butt. George glares at the three. They took Harry away before any of the trio could say anything else. Chala gave them one last glare before he walked away to join them. He had a feeling that there was going to be a lot of weird weather that year. Chapter 28. Once is a coincidence, twice is magic. Chapter 28. Once is a coincidence, twice is magic. Chala did not want to think it, but he was suspecting that Harry might have been a mystic soul. And the reason why he did not want to think it was because if Harry really was a mystic soul, then it must have been for some bad reason to not tell anyone about his powers. The first theory was that he did not even know, which would be for two other potential reasons. One, that living in a place that hates mystic souls, like magical Britain, would have caused him to suppress his own powers subconsciously. Or two, his powers were blocked by an outside force. The other theory was that even when he was friendly with them all, he still had trust issues. The Jungle Cat Mage thought that the first theory was probably the most likely reason for Harry not telling anyone about his powers. If he did not even know that he was one of them, then he certainly would have no reason to ever mention the powers that he did not know he had. When Krenos was telling him and all their friends about Harry, he had mentioned that there was a chance that he and others could have hidden powers. But this was the first actual sign of any one of them having mystic soul magic. They knew that Krenos wouldn't lie to them, but it was still nice to see that his suspicions had some actual proof to back them up. Harry also obviously had a lot of emotional baggage, which was not good for someone that could possibly have secret mystic soul powers or have blocked powers. Either way, it was going to be a very big explosion once he was unable to hold back his emotions. The more emotions that a mystic soul is feeling, the stronger the magic they release would be. It was even a known fact that the mystic souls currently in the school that have had very dangerous stuff happen because of their emotionally powered magic were Krenos, Abby, and Mason. When he was 5, Krenos created an entire forest that spread out 2 miles in all directions around him. But it was a forest that also attacked anyone that had gotten near it. When she was 8, Abby pretty much sealed herself into a giant ice sphere avatar the last Airbender style. She had stayed inside of it for a week before being able to control her powers enough to leave the sphere. And Mason had burned everything he touched, including the ground he walked on, and had to run to the nearest mountain in order to be in an environment he could not destroy with his fire. He had only been 6, so it could have been a lot worse if he had been older. All mystic souls were dangerous when they got emotional. It was not that they needed to all become stone, cold, and not feel any emotions. They could still feel, but they could just not get overly emotional unless they had complete control of their powers. When they all got to the greenhouse, Chala looked at Harry being comforted by the red-headed twins from Griffin. They were obviously very close. And while it could have been just Chala being a hopeless romantic, he swore that there was something special between the three of them. Well, that was certainly something, the Jungle Cat Mage said, trying to make light of the situation. The 3 others looked at him, small smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they did appreciate that he was trying to lighten the mood a little bit, but that did not stop them from still looking angry and disappointed with how things currently were for them. I don't think that they will ever get it, Harry says. Get what? Krenos suddenly appeared, making everyone but Chala jump. You are one sneaky mystic soul, Fred stated. And we like that about you, George commented. You guys are in the Crystal Rose greenhouse, Krenos shrugged. So, naturally, I have the advantage when literally in my own environment. And Krenos likes to jump scare people in general, Chala snickered. That too, Krenos chuckled. Krenos then saw his friend, and he could easily tell that there was definitely something on his mind. It was one of the few times that he wished that his sister would be around to tell him some gossip. As a music mage, Melody had enhanced hearing. She could hear anything that she wanted to whenever she wished. Most of the time, she is able to control it enough that everything is like white noise other than what is in a normal person's hearing range. But there definitely were times when she would find out something that she would much rather have never found out. Chala then looked at Harry. He had a feeling that he knew what was going on with his new friend. "Harry, you once said that your friends made their choice and you made yours," he said. "Does this have anything to do with how you had said that you and they were not on the best of terms?" Krenos looked at Harry, Fred, and George. He had been aware of a lot of the things that had been going on with them. He had been to number 12 when they had been there as well. There was a reason why he had always called them the annoying trio. It was because they did not know how to do anything other than be annoying pests. "You do not have to say anything if you do not want to," Krenos told him. Harry looked at the two mystic souls. He wanted to tell them, and he had been growing really comfortable with them as well. Krenos had been a big help lately, and Chala was such a great guy. Fred and George placed comforting hands on his hands. They knew that he wanted to tell them, so they were helping him gain the needed courage to go through with it. "Ron and Hermione were my best friends," Harry began. "Ron was actually the first friend that I ever had that was my own age, and I risked my life to help save Hermione's. They were the first friends that I ever had in my life. I had no one growing up. My cousin chased away every single kid at our school with his gang. One boy actually said hi to me once, and my cousin beat him up so badly that he never even looked at me again. I thought that Ron and Hermione would be different, but I was wrong." Fred and George would keep their hands on his in order to make sure that Harry was able to keep going. "Harry may out on a tough face for the world, but he is still human," Fred said. "And being human means that he wants people to trust," George says. "And those three broke his trust," they said together. "It was more than just breaking it." Harry's eyes watered. "They shattered it. It told them about my home life. I told them what I saw in the mirror of Erist. I told them the memory that I used to create my Patronus. I told them everything. And yet that did not matter at all to them, since they easily threw me away. And it is not even the first time that they have broken my trust or gone behind my back about something." Harry, Chala could see that it was not easy for him to be saying all of this. "Don't make him stop," Fred tells the jungle cat mage. "If you do, he might not have the strength to say any of this again," George said. "In our first year, I helped my friend Hagrid sneak a dragon out of Hogwarts since he would have been arrested for having it," Harry said. "Myself, Hermione, and Neville were all caught after curfew, and we lost 150 points in total. Most of Gryffindor turned on me, and were also cold to Neville and Hermione. But I later found out that Hermione was telling everyone that it was all my fault that the points were lost while not taking any blame herself. And the next year, both of them spread rumors about me being evil after it was revealed that I could talk to snakes." "Talking to snakes?" Krenos raised an eyebrow. "How is that bad?" "Yeah," Chala agreed. "Talking to animals is one of the most common powers for an animal mage. Sophia can talk to them because of how she is an animal shapeshifter. Tell that to anyone in magical Britain," Fred says. "Being a Parselmouth is basically an unwritten crime," George said. "And it does not help that the two most well-known dark wizards in our history are both known Parseltongues," Fred added. "That created a prejudice against them, and basically everyone thinks that all Parseltongues are evil," George says. "I didn't even know that it even had a name," Harry said. "Malfoy had summoned a snake during a duel we were having in the new dueling club. The snake was about to attack another student when I made it stop. I had no idea that I was even speaking snake until I was told afterward. I thought that they both were sticking by me because they knew that I had no idea about anything involving Parseltongues. But then I learned that they were both spreading rumors about me behind my back and saying that I was secretly evil, saying that they only stayed with me to watch me and keep me from doing anything else. Harry would never hurt a fly," Fred says. "He cares so much about everyone he meets. We don't know anyone with a bigger heart than his," George said. "The fact that he still tried to be friends with them shows how big his heart is. And also more of how he grew up, since he was obviously starved for love," Fred mumbled. George hit his brother on the back of his head. He glared at him for saying something that Harry might not want to be known just yet. "He first thought that it was his own fault and that he needed to be better," George said. "But then I met those that showed me that I never did anything wrong," Harry managed a small smile at Fred and George. It was not me that was wrong, but everyone else. The ones in the wrong were those that betrayed me and used my trust to make their rumors about me seem more true, since it was coming from my so-called good friends, and they continued to do so. In our third year, my godfather had broken out of prison when he learned that I was in danger. But after I lost my broomstick in a bad storm, he sent me a new one. None of us knew that it was from him, and everyone thought that he was out to kill me. So the sudden broom was suspicious. Chala looked at Krinos in confusion. He had no idea about British or wand user stuff, so he did not have a single clue why broomsticks were so important to them, especially since with cleaning spells, there was not much use for a broom or any other cleaning equipment. Wand users use brooms to fly, Chala, Krinos tells him. That is so strange, Chala said. And that must also really hurt to have to sit on that if you try to take a long flight with it. Harry kept going once he got their attention back. I didn't want to use it without having it checked, he said. Ron wanted to use it right away while Hermione wanted to go right to a teacher. But I didn't trust any of the teachers. I was going to hand the broom to my team captain, Oliver, who was an actual good friend and someone that never broke my trust. He is a Quidditch superfan, so I figured that he knew spells that would be able to check a broomstick for any tampering. But not even an hour after I got the broom, Hermione went behind my back and told a teacher. She immediately assumed that I would have no care for my own life and cared more about my broom. I nearly lost a very great gift from my godfather because of her. That girl always did rub me the wrong way, Krinos says. She always acts like she knows everything while everyone else knows nothing. I lost count on how many times I wanted to strangle her with some vines. She certainly has been annoying everyone in Dryad from what I've heard, Chala said, putting a hand on his hip. She does that, Fred rolled his eyes. A superiority complex to the max. George was also annoyed. She always treats me as if I can never do anything, Harry said. When my fourth year came around, there was a tournament where 3 school champions would fight each other through competing in 3 tasks. I was entered against my will, and most of the school, including Ron, turned against me because they thought I cheated my way in. I had actually hoped that Hermione would do it as well so that I could have some peace, but she continued to annoy me. She acted like I would die in the tournament without her. And even with the normal homework that I still had to do, she would always take it from me almost every 2 sentences and scold me for writing something wrong. She never actually lets me do my own work. I am a lot smarter than she would ever care to see. You are smart, Harry, Fred tells him. Smarter than she ever could be, George said. You just need to stop holding back, Fred says. If anyone has a problem with that, then it sucks to be them, George snickered. You do not need to hold back while here, Harry, Krinos tells him. While there are those that are competitive about grades, it is a healthy competition. No one ever tries to do it for superiority or to throw it in the face of others. Just for fun bragging rights. Friends like to challenge each other a lot to see who would get the better grade in a class, Chala added. I competed with Hawk once for our grades in dueling class, and Hawk rubbed it in my face for weeks. When he did better, Chala chuckled at himself after he said that. So that told the 3 Hogwarts boys that it really was all in good fun. That was definitely something that Hermione would never do since she did well in school just to prove that she was better and smarter than everyone else. I have just had it with them and their behavior, Harry says. They act like I am their property. They try and control everything that I do. Just this summer, they both ignored me for over a month while I had been stuck with stupid muggles that I would rather feed to a den of hungry lions than actually spend any time with. Now, Harry, what did those lions ever do to you? Fred joked. Yeah. Why do you want them to suffer the fate of getting indigestion from eating those horrible people? George chuckled. That got Harry to smile a little even as he did continue to rant. I can never do anything without one of them interfering in my life, he kept going. They forced me to take divination and care of magical creatures just because those were the classes that Ron was taking. Hermione always changed my homework no matter what I write. They chase away anyone else that tries to be my friends with their attitudes. They try everything to control almost every part of my life for no other reason than because they want to take advantage of my fame. And maybe your powers, Chala suggested. My what? Harry snapped his attention to Chala. Krinos also looked at his friend. Chala did not know about the lightning strike back in England because he kept that between himself, Olivia, and Sirius, and anyone either of those two told. But if Chala had figured it out, Then Harry must have done some other mystic soul magic because of his emotions. Harry, there was thunder when you were arguing with them, Chala tells him. And since there were no other mystic souls with that type of magic currently using their powers in that way, you were obviously the cause of it. I caused that thunder. Harry was confused. It would not be the first time, Harry, Fred says to him. There was also that lightning bolt, George reminded him. You summoned a lightning bolt. Chala was surprised. I didn't think that it was me, Harry admitted. I was just so angry that Hermione called Olivia a freak, even after she helped me deal with Fudge. I always hated the word freak, and yet she still used it. And the next thing I know, a lightning bolt shot down through the skylight. I'm not trying to make too many leaps or jump to conclusions, but emotions are a big part of mystic soul magic, Chala tells Harry. So, to me, it may seem that you might have some type of power over the weather. You think that I could be a mystic soul, Harry guessed. Chala shrugged. Krenos decided to step in at this point, not wanting Harry to freak out. It is not as uncommon as you think, the nature mage said. Late bloomers tend to happen if a potential mystic soul grows up in an environment that would make them suppress their own powers, such as the House of Muggles that hate magic, Fred guessed, or Magical Britain, where mystic souls are treated as monsters, George also guessed. It would not be the first time that someone subconsciously kept their own powers secret if they believed that their powers would bring them harm, Krenos says. There is a mystic soul mage from Romania that comes every summer for classes because he grew up in a household that hated mystic souls. But after he left home, he discovered that he had the power to shapeshift into different dragons. Wow, the twins gasped. So, Harry started. I could be a mystic soul? Chala nodded, as did Krenos. Bloody hell, the twins swore as they looked at Harry. Sirius did say that no member of the Potter family ever did anything halfway. Harry managed a small smile even as he was in shock. Chapter 29. Unblocking the Block. Chapter 29. Unblocking the Block. Harry felt that his brain needed a reboot or something. He could hardly believe what he was being told and what he was figuring out for himself. He never imagined that he could have been a mystic soul. Sure, Sirius had told him that he had been a very powerful wizard when he was a baby. A lot more powerful than most babies since others did not typically do as much accidental magic as he did as a baby. But even while knowing that, he still had not known that it was possible for him to be a mystic soul. It was a big shock to him that was adding to everything else that was really piling onto his mind. First was everything that he had figured out about his so-called friends. Then it was how he stopped seeing Dumbledore as any type of good guy. Then he got sick of all the corrupt idiots in Magical Britain, and now it was him possibly being a mystic soul. That added a lot of weight to his shoulders of things that he had to deal with in his life. Are you okay, Harry? Chala asked him. We know that this is a lot to take in, Krenos says. Brain. Shutting down. Please leave a message after the beep. Harry really did need a reboot. That would have been really funny if not for the fact that Harry actually did look like he was close to completely shutting down. Fred, George, you two are the ones that he likes, Krenos says, a slight smirk on his face. Kiss him. That might snap him out of this. Chala face-bombed as he saw the smirk on his friend's face. He was right when it came to how a kiss or two might actually help Harry snap out of the shock. But from the looks on Fred and George's faces, it was obvious that the three of them were not in an established relationship yet. He knew that Krenos was a hopeless romantic, but this was really not the time to play matchmaker. Really, Krenos? Chala shook his head. There is always time for romance. Krenos narrowed his eyes at the jungle cat mage. Chala only rolled his eyes in response. But Harry was still snapped out of his shock when Krenos had said that. If anything, you really know how to shock a person out of their own shock, Harry tells him. I have many talents, Krenos chuckled. And being able to make sure that people around me don't go too badly into shock. Chala rolled his eyes at his friend's antics once again. Harry, we know that this has to all be a really big thing that would be hard to deal with, Chala tells him. But even when those like myself and Krenos were born with our powers, we can still help you. Chala is right, Harry, Krenos says. While blocked mystic soul powers have never been discovered before, we can still help you. How? Harry could not help but ask the two of them. Well, it is obvious because of where you grew up that wand user magic was used to block your powers, Krenos explained. And it is very obvious that our powers are a lot stronger than anything a wand can do. So, Removing the block is something that we would be able to do. But it is also easier said than done. The difficult part would be making sure that your magical core is not damaged when we remove the block, Kala said. Because the damage done to one's magical core cannot be healed by anything, not even Hestia's magic. Anyone with a damaged core usually dies when their magic either gets out of control or because their core breaks and they lose their magic, which can kill you since magical cores are connected to a magical being's life force. So, is there a serious risk to Harry's health? Fred asked. Because maybe the block should be left alone then, George said. Leaving the block would also be dangerous on its own, Krenos tells them. You have already started to show your powers even with the block on. If this continues, then there is a risk that you might let loose a giant wave of your powers if you get emotional enough. Emotions are tied directly to mystic soul powers, and with powers that seem to be weather-related, it is not a good idea to keep them bottled up, Chala added. Because an explosion of those types of powers would be very bad for everyone. Harry really had a lot to think about. This was a lot for him to take in. He had thought that all of the mystic souls that he met were all really cool, and their powers were amazing in so many ways to him, especially with all of the different kinds of powers that were around. But it was a whole other thing to also potentially have powers as strong as theirs. He definitely had a lot to think about, but that was when he remembered the magic mirror that Sirius had given him before he had gone back to Hogwarts. They had been using them to keep in contact. Sirius had said that the mirrors had been an invention of himself and Harry's father, so that when Sirius had to return to his horrible family, James would still have been able to check in on him. It was a lot like the mirror phones and the mirror pads that were used by the Mystic Souls. Magical phones, which was another thing that Harry loved about them, since Hogwarts had no way for any of them to communicate outside of school other than letters. And as much as he loved Hedwig, there definitely were faster ways to communicate with others. I need a moment, Harry tells them all before he then walks off. He always kept the mirror with him in case he needed Sirius's help with something. So, he pulled it out of his school bag and said, "Padfoot" into it in order to call Sirius. It took a minute, but Sirius's face soon appeared in the mirror. "Hey, Pronkslet," he greeted him. "Sirius, am I a mystic soul?" Harry got right to the point. There was the sound of something breaking on Sirius's end, making it clear that he had dropped something that he had probably been holding with his other hand. Probably a cup or a plate. "Well, Pronkslet." Sirius was lost for words. "Sirius, please." Harry really wanted to know. Sirius sighed. "I had hoped that there would have been more time before you found out, but it is still a good thing that you found out." "Why didn't you tell me?" Harry asked his godfather. "You know that I hate being kept in the dark." "Because we didn't know what to do." Sirius knew he needed to be honest with Harry. "Remus, Olivia, and I knew that your powers had to be blocked, so we were trying to find a way to get rid of the block with no risk to your magical core." "But did the secret really have to be kept from me?" Harry really hated being kept in the dark. "If you were aware that you had blocked powers, we knew that you would try and do something about it yourself," Sirius says. "And that was too dangerous since it would be better for an adult to be one your side when removing the block." Harry had to admit, Sirius did have a point with that. If he had known about the block, he would have tried to take care of it himself. He would not have even asked his friends for help since he would not have wanted to involve them. He was not the most patient person in the world, and he hated having to wait. When Hermione said that the Polyjuice potion would take a month to make back in their second year, that waiting had really driven him crazy. "I understand, Sirius, but that does not mean that I like it," Harry says to him. "I know you don't, Pronkslet, but it was still the safer option," Sirius tells him. "We have been researching ways to try and get the block safely off of you without causing either damage to your core or causing a burst of magic from you." "Have you found a way?" Harry asked him. "From the research that Olivia has done, you having some accidental bursts of mystic soul magic is actually a good sign," Sirius says. "It means that you are breaking through the block on your own because the older you get, the stronger your powers get even when blocked." "How is that even possible?" Harry was confused. "Because you still had access to magic while your powers were only blocked instead of being taken away," Sirius explained. "Mystic souls get stronger with age as well as with practice. So, even without practice, you naturally got more powerful as you got older. Plus, whenever you would go on your little adventures, that would also cause you stress," and you would subconsciously fight against the block as your powers would try and come to the surface in order to try and protect you. Harry thought back to times when that could have already happened. After all, his life has been in constant danger since he had stepped into Hogwarts. And as he thought about it, there actually had been times when his powers could have activated without him knowing, such as when he had been fighting against Professor Quirrell in his first year. It made so sense for a protection spell from his mother to burn a man to death even if he had been trying to kill him. But if Chala was right about him having powers over the weather, then his powers could have activated with a defense of him calling a really intense heat wave. There was also another case when he and Ron had been fighting Aragon and his giant spiders. Or rather, when he had been fighting giant spiders and Ron was being useless because he was too busy crying for his mother to make the spiders go away. He remembered how there had been some spiders on tree branches that had tried to attack them, but then sudden and strong bursts of wind came out of nowhere and knocked them out of the trees. That was definitely something his powers could cause. "What do you think that we can do to get the block off me?" Harry asked Sirius. "Olivia has already found the right ritual to remove it," Sirius tells him. "She also has the right high level of power that is needed to make sure that it works. Is anything else needed?" Harry figured that more than one person was needed for a ritual. Krenos will probably also be a good choice to include since he is also very powerful as well, Sirius says. Ask him if there are any healing mystic souls that he knew since that would be useful as well. And since the ritual also calls for family, I will be there as well. Sirius, you can't come. Harry was immediately worried for him. There are a lot of Hogwarts students and teachers here, not to mention that ministry toad. You could get caught and get sent back to Azkaban. Harry, let me make one thing clear, Sirius said. I will always do anything and everything I can to make sure that you are 100% safe and healthy. There is nothing that I will not do for you. I love you as if you were actually my own kid. Harry could not be more touched as he heard Sirius say that. He was still very worried that he might get arrested again if he was caught, but he was still very touched that Sirius was willing to risk himself like this for him. There has never been anyone that has ever done something like that for him, since his parents were alive and sacrificed himself so that he could live. The fact that Sirius cared about him that much really made his heart swell. Okay, Sirius, Harry accepted that he was coming no matter what. But if you get caught and then kissed because of this, Mom and Dad are not going to be happy with you once you get to the other side. Meh. Your mom sent most of Hogwarts kicking but anyway, since she never liked the pranks we pulled if she thought we went too far, Sirius chuckled at the memory. So, that would be nothing that I am not already used to. From everything that you have told me about them, I am not surprised at all the mum would do something like that, Harry laughed. Your mum was honestly considered to be the moral compass of most of Gryffindor while we were all students, Sirius says. Even when she had been just a first-year student, she would always scold anyone that she found doing something that could have hurt someone else. There once was a 7th-year student that was levitating a first year over the stairwell over some nonsense about ruining one of their robes. Lily, who was still 11 years old herself, had basically put the fear of Morgana into him. No one messed with her or messed with anyone where she could see, either, for most of her Hogwarts years. I bet that did not stop Mum from still hunting people down, though, Harry chuckled. Hit the nail right on the head, Pronkslet, Sirius said. Your mum rained down the wrath of Lady Magic onto anyone that thinks they can get away with hurting others. You should have seen her when she learned what some Slytherins did to Pandora Lovegood. Lovegood? Harry knew that name. I just recently met a Luna Lovegood on the train ride to Hogwarts. She was a little strange, but I mean the good type of strange. Fred and George said that she was like them in the way that she just lets all of the crazy just come out. She would be Pandora's daughter, then, Sirius said. The Lovegood family is a matriarchy instead of a patriarchy, so whoever Pandora married would take her last name instead of her taking his. I will have to tell Luna about this, Harry smiled. She probably would like to hear that our parents had been friends. Your dad had been really fond of Pandora, Sirius smiled at the memories. He treated her like a little sister, which he did not have himself since his parents already were a little old when they had him, so they could not have any more kids after him. But James really did care a lot for Pandora. It was always very unfortunate for others when James and Lily both learned that Pandora was bullied a lot by others. Between James and Lily, they both really rained down hell on those that bullied her. From what you've told me, I can already tell that those bullies were seriously in trouble, Harry really loved hearing these stories about his parents just getting in trouble with James an issue since he was very ruthless with his pranks against bullies, Sirius said. But if Lily also knows, then that would be pretty much the end of any amount of time that they have gone without being humiliated. James and Lily were a force when they teamed up together. What did they do to the bullies? Harry was looking forward to hearing what his parents had done. James stuck them to the ceiling by their feet, while also making them look like circus clowns threw up all over them. Sirius really laughed from that memory. And then Lily cursed them to have the word bullies written all over their skin by being spelled out using pimples. And the thing that both of them loved the most about their spells was that they made sure that they could only be reversed if they admitted what they did and were punished for it. Even though I did not know them, I love them more with every story that you tell me. Sirius. Harry nearly had tears in his eyes. I can never thank you enough for sharing these stories with me. I know that not everyone has told you much about your parents, Pronkslet, Sirius tells him. So, I will make up for all of those that have not told you anything by telling you as much as I can. Do you think that they would approve of me being a mystic soul? Harry could not help but ask. There is nothing to worry about on that front, pup, Sirius says. Your father was the first person that I told about my powers. He fully accepted me. And when Lily found out, she was actually very intrigued by my powers. Both of them hated how mystic souls were treated by magical Britain. James was unaware if there were any mystic souls in the Potter family, though. Well, he certainly does now if he knows about me, Harry chuckled. I guess he does. Sirius laughed at his godson's silliness. Harry then figured that it was time for him to get back to his friends. Fred and George, especially, were probably getting worried about him being gone for so long. Fred and George are probably waiting for me, so I should get back to them, Sirius, Harry tells his godfather. You can call me anytime, pup, Sirius smiles at him. Also, tell those twins to keep their lips to themselves when around you. Sirius, Harry turned completely red as Sirius smirked. Bye, pup. Love you. He then hung up before Harry could yell at him some more. Part of Harry still wanted to yell at Sirius for the teasing. The other part was smiling since Sirius had told him that he loved him. He made his way back to the twins, Krinos, and Chala. None of them looked too worried about him, so that was good. Plus, unlike how Ron and Hermione would act, none of them pestered him for any details of what he had done while he was gone. He looked at Krinos when he got back. Tell me how we will be getting this block off, Harry asked him. Chapter 30. Breaking the Block. Chapter 30. Breaking the Block. Harry did not usually get nervous about things. He used to, such as before he had his first Quidditch match and before he went to all of his classes for the first time, but nervousness had pretty much been trained out of him because of all the dangerous situations that he had been in since entering the wizarding world. But this was definitely something that he was nervous about. Sirius was coming to Magical Greece to help with the ritual to take the block off his magical core. And while he was glad to see his godfather in person instead of just in the magic mirror, he was really nervous about Sirius possibly getting caught and arrested. He had not had any real interactions with the Ministry Toad yet, but he knew that she would probably use the killing curse on Sirius herself if she got the chance. Fred, George, and Krinos did their best to calm him down. But there was almost nothing that could really calm him down. If Harry thought that it could be physically possible, then he would swear that his heart was going to literally burst out of his chest. And Krinos having told him that there was actually an enchantment that would give anyone the temporary ability to remove hearts without hurting the person whose heart is taken. Sirius was due to arrive in a few hours and Harry could feel his heart beating faster and faster with every minute that it gets closer to him coming to Greece. Olivia was getting him after she finished up some work she had to do for the Magic Council, as well as last-minute preparations for the ritual as well. Krinos was getting ready for it as well, and they have also informed Hestia that she would be needed too. The only thing left that was needed was for Sirius to arrive, and then the ritual could be done. Harry was trying to keep his brain distracted until then. He would be a nervous wreck if he did not at least try to defend his own sanity. So, he was in the library as he tried to read up on some potions that could be taught in the Mystic Soul Potion class. He had really been hoping that the potions teacher at Crystal Rose was nothing like Snape. Since he knew that the teacher was the older sister of two of the students, he hoped that she was a good teacher rather than just being able to teach since she had family in the school. And the potions that he was reading about actually did help him a little with distracting his mind, since they all actually did look and sound very cool. There were a lot of potions about vanquishing demons, which was only natural since Krynos told him that they ran into demons a lot in their day-to-day lives. But he also read up on potions that also sounded very cool, like a body-switching potion, a hand grenade potion, a smoke bomb potion, and many others that he either was very eager to try or eager to stay away from. "Hey, Harry!" The sudden voice made Harry nearly jump out of his chair. The nervous boy looked up and saw that it was just Cedric. The older boy was now in his last year at Hogwarts, so he certainly had gotten some luck since he was spending his last year in a school as amazing as Crystal Rose. "You scared the bloody hell out of me, Cedric," Harry said, his hand over his heart. Cedric chuckled, making Harry adorably glare at him. Harry and Cedric had not had that much of a chance to talk since their near-death experience in the graveyard at the end of the third Triwizard task the previous year. Both of them had been too traumatized to talk afterward, and being in separate houses and in separate years meant that it made it hard to talk. "Sorry, Harry." Cedric did not look sorry at all since he was still chuckling. Harry just rolled his eyes in response. "So, how is Griffin treating you?" Harry asked him. "You might not know this since I am known to be popular at Hogwarts, but I can be pretty shy around new people," Cedric tells him. "If it wasn't for Fred and George, I am not sure that I would really talk to anyone." "You should try," Harry tells him. "I like my new housemates in Winterwolf. You, the twins, and Luna seem to be one of the few people that are actually open to being here," Cedric pointed out. "You know Luna?" Harry asked him. Cedric nodded. "I live not far from the Weasleys and Luna is also not far away. So, we all grew up together. Luna has been like a little sister to me." "Has she always been?" Harry didn't know how to phrase it. "I am guessing you heard her talk about things like Nargles and the Crumplehorn Snorkack," Cedric guessed, getting Harry to nod. "Luna has always been unique. She has a different way of seeing the world. I hardly ever know what she is talking about, but the twins seem to. Fred and George are a lot smart than others would ever care to admit," Harry chuckled. "I have had classes with them, so I do believe it," Cedric says. "Plus, living so close to them, I know what their home life is like." "Mrs. Weasley does tend to play favorites," Harry sighed, knowing that it was the truth. "Unfortunate, but true," Cedric also sighed. "I cannot tell you about all the times that the twins, Percy, Charlie, or even Bill would be over at my house or Luna's because they could not stand being around their mother and younger siblings. They like to make themselves look like the perfect family, but they definitely are not," Harry said. "I still remember when Ron, Fred, George, and Percy all had to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas in my first year there. And all because Mr. and Mrs. Weasley decided to visit Charlie with Ginny that year." Cedric looked disgusted by that. "So, they managed to save enough to get an international portkey to Romania, and yet only took one kid." He looked like he wanted to curse someone. "That is seriously not right. They could have just bought the portkey a few days later, so that they could have taken them as well." "I doubt that Mrs. Weasley thinks of anyone other than herself, Ron, and Ginny," Harry says. "I have stayed with them multiple times, but I can count on one hand how many times she even came close to scolding Ron while she never scolded Ginny for anything. She most just excuses their behavior while treating all her other kids as if they can never do anything right. I have seen a lot of that happen over the years." Cedric shook his head in disappointment of the Weasley mother. "You know how Ron is afraid of spiders, and he says that it is because Fred turned his teddy bear into a spider when they were younger?" "Yeah, Ron told me about that," Harry said. "I think he was traumatized when he found out about the acromantula nest in the Forbidden Forest." "There's a what in the where?" Cedric obviously did not know about that. "I will explain later," Harry tells him. Okay. Cedric was definitely going to remember that in the future. Anyway, that was just some accidental magic from Fred, but Ron is always saying that he did it on purpose. And Mrs. Weasley even punished Fred for it, even when every witch and wizard knows that no one can control accidental magic. Harry definitely knew a thing or two about accidental magic. There had been several cases of that when he had been growing up, such as when he had apparat to the roof of his school, turned a teacher's wig blue, vanished the glass at the zoo, and inflated his horrible Aunt Marge like a balloon. Though, now that he knew that he had secret mystic soul powers, he could have actually been lifted up by a burst of wind instead of apparating. "Even when I first met Ron, I always did think that he had something against his brothers," Harry says, complaining about Fred and George pranking him, complaining about Percy being bossy even before he was a prefect, complaining about Charlie and Bill thinking they were better than others. He complains about Ginny too, but not as much as when he complains about his brothers. But well, he could not find the right words. Luckily, Cedric knew what he was talking about. But when you met them, you thought of them as completely different as to what Ron was talking about. Cedric finished his thought for him. Harry nodded. Fred and George were really nice, and they even helped me get my trunk into the right place on the train in my first year at Hogwarts. And while Percy actually could be a little bossy, he had to be, since it's not like anyone actually does anything unless he is bossy about it. And he actually did care a lot about the younger students during the disasters that were my second and third years. I also met Bill and Charlie when we went to the World Cup, and both of them were also really nice. Ron is just bitter because he is nothing like them, Cedric says. Bill was one of the most popular boys in Hogwarts when he attended, as well as having been both a prefect and head boy. Charlie was the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, a prefect, and will be known as one of the best players that have ever been in the school. Percy had the best grades than any other member of his family and was also a calm and collected prefect and head boy during the Chamber of Secrets and the Sirius Black incidents. And Fred and George have the best reputations out of them all, since they use their pranks to punish bullies as well as to make people smile and laugh when they need to. Harry did remember what Ron had seen in the Mirror of Erised back in their first year at Hogwarts. Ron had seen himself above all of his brothers. He had been head boy as well as holding the Quidditch Cup as well. He had seen himself above everything his brothers had done before. Harry had seen his parents, but Ron just saw himself as being better than his brothers. Ron never did understand how much Harry desired a family or how lucky he was to have such a big family. Compare them to Ron, who is lazy, hates work, and is about as popular as a Dementor. He is definitely nothing like them, Harry said. I guess I wasn't seeing things when I saw all of the drama between the so-called Golden Trio, Cedric says. Trust me when I say that is a whole can of worms that I do not have the time to open right now, Harry tells him. Cedric was about to say something else, but he was interrupted. Krenos had given Harry a flower that would act as an alarm for when Sirius would get there and they could get the ritual started. Since it was now glowing, that meant that Sirius was now at the school and they needed to get the ritual started. What is that? Cedric asked. That is an alarm that a friend gave me, Harry says, closing the book that he had been reading. I have to go now, but it was nice talking with you again. I will be sure to do it more often, Harry, Cedric tells him. Harry smiled at Cedric as he soon ran out of the library in order to get to where they all planned to meet up. It was a special room where Crystal Rose students would go for the more intense rituals that they needed to do, such as when they needed to summon a demon in order to vanquish it, or when they were using ritual ingredients that could end up exploding if they were not used in the correct way. The room itself was a round room with a stone floor and stone walls as well. There was a glass dome roof over it similar to the skylight at the Black Family Garden at number 12. There were also large candles on single candle shelves around the room. The floor was actually also a giant carving of a pentagram directly into the stone floor. Harry knew that pentagrams were actual magical symbols and not just something Muggle made up, but this was just the first time he had ever seen an actual example of it being used in real life. Harry smiled as he saw Sirius in the room. He immediately went up to him and gave him a hug. Olivia, Krenos, and Hestia were all also in the ritual room as well. It's nice to see you too, pup, Sirius tells him. I'm happy you're here, Sirius, Harry says. But that still does not change the fact that I am still worried about you getting caught. You won't have to worry about that, Harry, Olivia said. What do you mean, Olivia? Harry did not know why he would not have to worry. As a member of the Magic Council, I was able to bring up Sirius's case to my fellow council members, Olivia says. I told them about his arrest and his illegal sentencing to prison. Once I also told them about the Dementors at the prison and what they do. They were willing to do anything to help. Really? Harry was shocked. It's nice to know that there are some governments out there that are not as corrupt as the one back in Britain, Sirius commented. Though, I think that if they knew about mystic souls actually being anything more than the monsters that they think they are, they would probably all have heart attacks. Sounds like one way to get rid of all those corrupt people at the same time. Krenos chuckled as he told his joke. Anyway, I talked with the council, and we have decided to offer you sanctuary in our country, Olivia tells Sirius. As long as you accept and then remain in our country, your ministry will be unable to do anything to you without causing an international incident. They might not see mystic souls as human, but they do see us as a threat. So, They would probably do anything and everything in their power to avoid war with us. Considering that they would lose that war within a single hour, it would not really be much of a war, Hestia stated. Thank you for helping us with this, Hestia, Harry says to her. Especially since I doubt that you know everything about what is going on. I may not know much, but I do know that I need to know is that I am helping you, Hestia smiled at him. You are Krenos' friend and I hope that you will be mine as well. But even then, I would help anyone in need. She really is a healer at her very core, Krenos whispered to Harry as he chuckled. Sirius then looked at Olivia as she got out a spellbook from a bag that she had brought with her. So, how does this ritual work? He asked her. The actual spell for the ritual is very simple, but it is all in the preparation that is what makes the ritual work, Olivia says. Rituals are one of the hardest branches of magic to master no matter the type of mystic that you are. It's true, Krenos says. Some students messed up on the All Hallows Eve ritual, and the school was filled with angry ghosts for almost a month before we got them all back to where they came from. There was even a ghost in the bathroom, Hestia shivered. That was a surprise that I will never be able to unsee. Harry was reminded of Moaning Myrtle back at Hogwarts. He was definitely on Hestia's side when it comes to how weird that it was for a ghost to be in the bathroom. He did not want to know what had happened with the first girls that went into the bathroom when Myrtle first started haunting it. Harry, what you are going to do is lay down in the center of the pentagram, Olivia instructs him. As you do, you will need to be as still as possible. If the need arises, Krenos will have to tie you down with his vines. Olivia would freeze you, but her time magic would keep the ritual from taking hold since you would be frozen in time, Krenos said. And what about me? Sirius asked them. You are what makes the ritual work the best that it can, Olivia tells him. Since you are the closest that Harry has to family, your connection to him will be what helps Lady Hecate know that the ritual is being done in Harry's best interest. You are the one that wants to help him the most, and the goddess of magic always appreciates a pure heart. We will also be surrounding Harry in a circle of lavender, rosemary, and sage since they are all natural defenses against bad magic, Krenos said. That will help the ritual really take hold. Harry nodded. He soon stepped onto the pentagram and laid down just as Olivia had told him to. As he did that, Krenos got to work spreading the herbs around him in a perfect circle. Olivia started to quietly chant in ancient Greek in order to start the ritual. As she was doing so, the pentagram started glowing underneath Harry while the flames of the candles got higher. Sirius, Olivia, and Krenos all joined hands as they stood around him. Hestia was off to the side, preparing to jump in if anyone needed to be healed. Olivia chanted the spell for the ritual. Host soul, reject the poison essence. Let love's light end this cruel possession. Dark magic hides behind an innocent's face. This witch's magic casts you out of this place. Her eyes, as well as the eyes of Sirius and Krenos, glowed as they used their magic for the ritual. Hestia had to cover her eyes with how bright it was getting. Harry started to squirm as he felt like something was trying to grip his heart. Krenos noticed, and there were instantly vines around him to make sure that he stayed as still as he could. They all chanted the spell again in order to make sure that it would take effect. It took Sirius every inch of his willpower in order to let go of Krenos and Olivia's hands and comfort Harry when Harry started to scream from the ritual, taking the block off of his magic. But that was not the only thing that had happened. Something was happening with his scar as well. 2 balls of dark light came out of Harry, almost bursting out of him without causing any actual damage to his body. One from his chest and one from his scar. The 2 balls of light shattered, sending Sirius, Krenos, and Olivia flying into the walls behind them while Hestia was knocked onto her butt. The pentagram soon stopped glowing, and the candles all returned to normal as well. Harry's eyes opened as he gasped for a breath of air. His eyes were now gray, and were the exact same shade as storm clouds. Thunder could already be heard outside. Chapter 31. The start of something new. Chapter 31. The start of something new. Harry groaned as he started to wake up. He felt as if he had just gotten run over by a herd of unicorns. Not that he actually knew what they felt like, but he was pretty sure that this was a similar feeling to that. As he opened his eyes, he was able to see a golden glow. "Welcome back, Sleeping Beauty," he heard Hestia's voice. Once his eyes got back into focus, he was able to see that Hestia was holding her hands over his, the golden glow coming from her hands. He guessed that it was probably how her healing powers worked. She would hold her hands over whoever she was healing, and then the glow meant that she was using her magic. "Where's the herd of unicorns that just ran me over?" Harry managed to say as he groaned. "While we have unicorns in the stables, they are too polite to run you over," Hestia giggled. Harry soon managed to sit up. Hestia's healing really did work very well since he was not in any actual pain. He was just a little dizzy. He heard some groans around him and his eyes widened as he saw Sirius, Krenos, and Olivia all moaning as they were slowly getting up as well. All of them were rubbing their heads or backs since they had all obviously hit the wall behind them. "Are you all okay?" Harry asked them, worried. "We're fine, pup," Sirius tells him. "That ritual just did a lot more than what we thought that it would do. Worse things have happened to me than being slammed into a wall," Krenos said. "I once was thrown through a second-story window, and I was still completely fine. That was because you floral swirled back into the room you were thrown out of before you hit the ground," Hestia reminded him. "I was completely fine no matter how you put it," Krenos said. "Whatever happened was definitely not because of the block," Olivia says. "Since there was obviously something that had happened, does that mean that the block is still on him?" Sirius was concerned. "No, the ritual still worked," Olivia comforted the worried godfather. "The block was taken off of Harry's magical core, but the ritual also took something else out of him." "Hestia, can you find out what it was?" Krenos asked his friend. "I can try, but you know that I am not good with diagnostic reports," Hestia reminds the nature mage. She started moving her hands around Harry again. Her hands were glowing blue this time. Harry looked at Krenos in confusion. "She's good at healing, but she is not good at paperwork," Krenos shrugs. "Her powers allow her to be able to find out the types of injuries, illnesses, curses, and other things that are wrong with the person she is healing. When she says that she is not good with diagnostic spells, she means that she just hates paperwork." "Well, name one person that actually does like paperwork," Hestia huffed, making Krenos chuckle. "Nobody likes paperwork, and the world would be a lot better without it." "She's not wrong," Olivia giggled. "Everyone on the Magic Council certain hates it." As Hestia took her hands away from Harry, the blue glow stopped and she then snapped her fingers. In an instant, a scroll appeared next to her. She took it out of the air and handed it to Sirius. "He is your godson, so it is only right that you know this stuff first," she tells him. The healing mage then left the ritual room. She was not as involved with everything that was going on as Krenos, Melody, and Olivia were. So, she knew that she would be told if they wanted her to know. If they did not tell her, then she knew that it was none of her business. She respected privacy when she knew that it was something that would not cause harm to others. Sirius opened up the scroll and started reading. And the moment that he did, he nearly fell over from how shocked and horrified he was. "What the bloody hell?" he yelled, making the other three in the room nearly jump out of their skin. Sirius. Harry was now really worried about what had been done to him. Sirius had been staring at the scroll in horror until he had heard Harry's voice. And when he looked at his godson, he instantly dropped the scroll and pulled Harry into what was obviously a very tight hug. Harry actually looked like he might be suffering from a lack of oxygen. Olivia knew that there must have been something really serious on the scroll in order to make Sirius react like that. She picked it up and Krenos stood next to her as they both read it. Olivia nearly threw up at the amount of abuse that Harry had suffered through the years. Not only was he still suffering from malnourishment, but there were also plenty of broken bones that had not been healed properly until Hestia had worked her magic. Harry had a history of abuse that had started before he had even been 2 years old. It was actually shocking that Harry was actually still alive after everything had happened to him. Between the starvation, the previously punctured lungs from broken ribs, not to mention the fact that there was also basilisk venom in his system, Harry definitely should be dead rather than walking around as healthy as he looked. Not that he really looked that healthy to begin with, since he was really mostly skin and bones, as well as being one of the shortest 15-year-olds that they have ever met. The only thing that the two of them could guess was that Harry's magic was keeping him alive. Even when he had weather-focused mystic soul powers, all magical beings are naturally protected by their magic. It is why none of them ever get mundane illnesses like colds or the flu. Only magical illnesses like dragonpox or pixie tumors can affect them. So, Harry's magic must have been working overtime to protect him by healing all of his injuries as much as it could. And since he had the block on his magic at the time, That spoke to how powerful he was if his magic was able to do that even while having the block on it. There was really one thing on Harry's list that confused them. Even as smart as they were and how much more knowledge of magic that mystic souls had than wand users, they had never heard of one thing that was on the list. "What's a Horcrux?" Olivia asked Sirius, who was still suffocating Harry with a hug. Sirius finally let go of Harry, who decided to be dramatic as he took in a giant breath of air. "Thank Merlin. I can finally breathe again," Harry cheered in a joking manner. "You are definitely your father's son, pup." Sirius ruffled Harry's hair. "Sirius, focus," Krenos tells him. "Right?" Sirius looked at the two of them. A Horcrux is literally the darkest black magic that anyone can ever do. The biggest misconception about the spell is that it grants immortality. It is a spell that requires a human sacrifice in order to then split your soul apart and place a piece of your soul into an object. Splitting your soul apart, Krenos was horrified. Why on Demeter's green earth would anyone ever want to do that? That's horrible. "As I said, a big misconception of the spell is that it will make you immortal," Sirius said. "But that is not actually what it does. Yes, it will prevent the soul that remains inside of your body from moving on to the afterlife, but that does not mean that you are immortal. You would basically just be more like a walking corpse." "I hate zombies." Olivia pinched the bridge of her nose, obviously hating zombies a lot. If the spell is supposed to place the piece of the soul into an object, then how in the name of Hades did one end up inside of Harry's scar? Krenos was concerned. "There was literally a part of Voldemort inside of me." Harry reached his hand up to where his scar had been. Sirius comforted his godson, pulling him into a side hug to let him know that he was there for him. "It's gone now, pup." He comforted him even more. "That means that you no longer have to worry about any more visions or headaches from him." "You used to get visions and headaches because of him?" Krenos asked him. Harry nodded. "They started randomly after I had started Hogwarts. Usually when Voldemort was feeling some type of strong emotion, mostly anger. I have seen him murder innocent people for no reason other than that he wanted to. He usually also feeds them to that giant snake of his. And as for the headaches, they usually come whenever he is near or whenever he is angry. And it only got worse after he got his body back." "So, does that mean he would get things from you as well?" Krenos asked. I am not sure, actually," Harry said. "Would it make any difference if Voldemort could see things that Harry sees?" Sirius was confused. "Because if anything, that would make him experience Harry's emotions," Krenos says. "If Harry can feel his anger and hatred, he would have felt Harry's heart and kindness." "Voldemort has been terrorizing people since the 1940s, even before the war officially began in the 1970s, Sirius said. "How would feeling Harry's emotions have any effect on him?" "Evil is not born, it's made," Olivia says. "At least, other than demons, since they are born or created without souls. But other than them, we do not believe that anyone is ever born evil. Everyone has good inside of them. Human beings, magical or not, are not good or evil," Krenos said. "Even with everything that he has done, I don't think that everything about Voldemort can be evil. When I talk about him feeling Harry's emotions, I mean that in the way that he was basically forcing him to feel the kind of emotions that he had been forcing down to the point where he does not feel them at all. So, him feeling Harry's emotions would have made him start to feel remorse for his actions if Harry's emotions were strong enough," Sirius guessed. "Exactly," Krenos says. "He might have damaged his soul by breaking it apart, but he would still have a soul inside of him. Everyone has good inside of them. It is the things that they go through that make them into bad people." "I have definitely seen a lot of examples of that through history," Olivia said. "There have been a lot of people that are seen as evil in the history books, but those same books never mention how they have been abused, bullied, raped, or any other type of horrible thing that made them into the evil people that people love to hate." That got Harry's wheels turning. Ever since he had met Tom Riddle back in his second year, he was able to actually tell that as much as he hated Muggles and hated his Muggle father, Harry was able to tell that he had an actual reason for it. He knew that there was a little bit of information on him at Hogwarts because he was given a special reward when he was able to get Hagrid blamed for opening the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. So, when he had done some research, he discovered a lot of things about the kid that grew up to be Voldemort. "World War II, Harry face-bombed. "What does that have to do with anything?" Olivia was confused. which was new for her. Voldemort's orphanage was in London, and there had been a lot of bombings and attacks in the city during the war, Harry says. He would have viewed the magical world as a sanctuary against all the death and fear that the war caused. Other than Grindelwald's involvement, the magical world did go mostly unaffected by the war, Sirius said. Most magical beings never involve themselves in Muggle wars unless they start affecting the magical world. Anyone would be terrified if they had to deal with being so afraid of the bombings that were happening in their own city, Krynos said. He was also abused, Harry said. What? The other three people gasped. I did research on him after I had to deal with the memory of him that had opened the Chamber of Secrets 3 years ago, Harry tells them. He grew up in a Muggle orphanage, which is already not a good environment for kids in general. But for a magical kid, it would be the worst place to be. The accidental magic that he would have done would have made him a target for bullying from the other kids, as well as abuse from the ones that run the orphanage. They would not understand the magic, so that would make them fear and hate him all at once. That got Sirius's attention. Because Harry was also abused by the Dursleys, that would help him be able to tell when someone else was being abused as well. So, if Harry thought that he had been abused when he had been a teenager, then he probably was. Plus, Muggles did tend to hate and be against magical beings and creatures, all because they were afraid of them. If he was abused, then I would bet the entire Black family fortune that Dumbledore made sure that he was sent back to the orphanage whenever he was not in school, Sirius said. He might not have been headmaster back then, but he definitely still had a pull since the previous headmaster was a very easily influenced man. Would Dumbledore actually do that? Krynos asked. I know that he is manipulative and thinks that he is a gift to wizarding kind, but child abuse is one of the most hated crimes in the magical world. He would definitely leave him there to be abused, Sirius says. He tends to do that with a lot of magical children that are in bad homes. As long as they do not know that he is the one that makes sure they return there, then they would see him as a savior that would give them the safety that is Hogwarts. He does it a lot, Harry grumbled, bitter about Dumbledore always leaving him with the Dursleys. I know a lot of students, especially Muggleborns, that were sent back to abusive homes by Dumbledore, Sirius said. He is always saying that it is either a misunderstanding, the child is exaggerating, or that the kid is just straight up lying. He preaches about how families have to love their kids just because they are blood. Blood means nothing when it comes to abuse. Myself and my brother were both abused by our parents. As Sirius had said, Dumbledore wants the kids to view him as a savior, Harry says. He is willing to do anything to make himself look good. Well, now you have us on your side against him and that little Dark Lord, Olivia stated. I certainly cannot wait for when we get to show both of them just why Magical Britain is so scared of mystic souls, Krynos evilly laughed. I really need to monitor how many superhero movies that you watch. Olivia shook her head. You are starting to laugh like the villains in them. Hey, it could be worse, Krynos shrugged. I could be laughing like that clown guy over in Gotham. True, Olivia said. Now, there is really only one thing that needs to be done right now, Krynos says. What? Harry asked him. Helping you get control of your new powers. Krynos smirks at Harry. Chapter 32. What else can I do? Chapter 32. What else can I do? Harry was glad that Sirius was able to stay with him for a little longer in order to be there for him, as he would be first trying to use his powers. Krynos would be the one actually training him since they were close in age, so that meant Krynos could give him real-life examples of how powerful Harry would be as a 15-year-old. While Krynos was actually going to be teaching Harry about his magic, Sirius would be with Olivia as the two of them would start to try and find some ways to out Dumbledore from his positions and power. They needed to try a legal route to do so, since outing him in another way would only lead to him being a martyr, since he would be able to make himself look like a victim instead of a villain. Plus, since Olivia had offered him sanctuary in magical Greece and Sirius had accepted, that meant that there was no threat of Sirius being arrested again. They did still have to worry about any political backlash that they would get from that, though, especially since Magical Britain still had that kiss on sight order for him. Though, in the words of Olivia, Dementors are horrible creatures that need to be destroyed because any being that has the power to suck out a person's soul does not deserve to be in the land of the living. And honestly, Harry agreed with her. Even though the Dementors are guards for Azkaban, he did not think that even those prisoners deserved to be treated that way. Always cold, forced to relive their horrible memories over and over again, having their souls sucked out if it was ordered. He thought that was heartless even for a place like magical Britain. It actually is a very good thing that you think like that, Harry, Krenos tells him after he told him his opinion. Really? Harry was shocked. Why? Because having a good heart is what makes a good person. Krenos smiled at him. Being a mystic soul comes with a natural duty to protect the innocent. Demons only care about themselves, and they hurt anyone and everyone around them. So, mystic souls are like the protectors of the magical world. People have told me that I have a saving people thing, Harry chuckled. All mystic souls have natural instincts like that, Krenos tells him. I can't tell you how many lives I have saved when Melody and I go out to fight demons. What type of demons have you fought? Harry was curious. Honestly, you lose track of how many types of demons you fight after a while. Krenos laughed a little. There are so many demons out there that it's impossible to keep track of them all. I already have heard about some of them, Harry says. Chala and Hawk both talked about a spider demon that attacked the school. Yeah, that had not been the most pleasant of experiences. Krenos rubbed the back of his neck. No one in the school liked spiders before, and definitely no one liked them after that. Tends to happen when you are wrapped up in spiderweb cocoons. Sends shivers down my spine just thinking about it. Remind me never to introduce you to the acromantula nest in the Forbidden Forest back at Hogwarts, Harry said. I do not even want to know why there is a nest of giant spiders at your school. Krenos shook his head. So, what about the other demons you fought? Harry asked. There have been many, Krenos tells him, and of all different kinds as well. Probably the ones that I remember the most would be the demon of fear, the demon of illusion, a demon sorcerer, a demonic alchemist, and there was even a shapeshifter demon that had been after Pandora's box. Wasn't that box opened thousands of years ago? Harry raised an eyebrow. Pandora's box is more than just what the myth says that it is, Krenos explained to Harry. It still contains all of the world's evils, but it also contains the worst of each of the evils. Such as with sorrow, it keeps literally everyone on Earth from falling into a deep depression at the same time. And with anger, it keeps a literal worldwide war from breaking out. What Pandora's box does is stop the evils from becoming a worldwide plague. You really know a lot about all of this? Harry really liked Krenos and was glad to have him as a friend. Well, other than just how I have always loved to read. I was born and raised in Greece, Krenos chuckled. I was literally raised on this stuff. After all, what mundanes see as mythology is actually our history. Plus, it probably also helps that Olivia is a time mage, right? Harry chuckled. Krenos nodded as he chuckled as well. You got that right, Harry, he said. It also leads to a very interesting family photo album. Olivia once even took us to the opening of Disneyland in California back in the 1950s. At least you, Melody, and Olivia have your own little family to have those memories with. Harry softly smiled at Krenos. Yeah, I know, Krenos sighed. And they're great and all, but you still miss your parents. Harry understood what Krenos could not say. That is something that I can understand more than others. It is always the biggest, what if about what would life would be like with our parents. As much as it is tempting, both Melody and myself know that it would not be right to use Olivia's powers to rescue our parents, Krenos says. I am sure that Olivia has told you about how sacred the timeline is. Everything happens for a reason. That is what we learn as mystic souls. Plus, we also know that saving our parents would probably lead to some very unintended consequences. The butterfly effect, right? Harry guessed. Krenos nodded. Saving our parents would already cause one thing to happen. Our older brothers would not be sent to prison, and who knows what damage they would do if they were allowed to just walk around and be free. I feel so bad for Olivia, Harry said. With powers like hers, it must be so hard for her not to give in to try and change things to make them better, only to make them worse instead. Like getting rid of Hitler before he starts World War II, or keeping the Titanic from sinking. Lots of things. The risk is just too big, Krenos says. Let this be your first real lesson about being a mystic soul, Harry. Even with powers like ours, we are not gods, and we cannot just do whatever we want whenever we want. Our duty is to protect the innocent, protect each other, and protect magic. We cannot just use our magic to do things like winning the lottery, torture innocent people to make them obey us, force people to fall in love with us, or anything else that is completely and horribly selfish. Harry honestly felt really bad for Krenos, Melody, and Olivia. The three of them were obviously very noble, kind, and great people. So, to actually be able to do something about their parents, and yet were not able to because it would lead to something worse happening. For something that they all desperately wanted to be so close, and yet so far must have been torture for them. So, them being such great people even with that type of sorrow in their hearts really showed how amazing they all were. I will make sure to take each and every single one of your lessons to heart, Krenos, Harry tells him. Good, Krenos managed to smile at him. Because I will not be holding back on the amount of knowledge that I will be shoving into that skull of yours, Harry. I know you are smart enough to handle everything I throw at you. Harry chuckled at what Krenos was saying. He knew that Krenos was about half joking and half serious with what he was saying. He would be teaching him a lot, but he would still be doing it at a pace where he would still be able to learn rather than just forgetting everything that he had been taught after he would fall asleep that night. The two of them had been heading to the Crystal Rose Garden in order for Krenos to start teaching Harry about his powers. Harry already knew that this was going to be so much fun. He had already seen some of the things that Krenos was able to do with his powers, so he really wanted to see more of that while Krenos was teaching him. The two of them entered the garden and Harry could almost see Krenos already getting a boost of energy. Something that he probably needed after using a lot of magic from the ritual used to get rid of the block and the Horcrux. So, being around so many plants would help him regain a lot of his energy and magic power. I am actually honestly surprised that my powers are not already acting up, Harry admits. I thought that once they were unblocked, the weather would already be acting weird. Krenos chuckled. While magic tends to do what it wants a lot, you also are used to subconsciously controlling your powers. You have been able to call on them in the past, even with the block, so you already have a basic level of control. Well, at least you are not starting off from scratch with teaching me, Harry snickered at his own joke. That definitely does help, Krenos said. But you will still need to learn better control. Because just as when you had called that lightning bolt, as well as when it started to thunder earlier, your powers act up when you get emotional. Anger being your biggest trigger for your powers. Harry rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Yeah, I figured that out pretty quickly, he said. I just hope that I learn to control my magic enough so that I do not accidentally zap Ron, Hermione, or Ginny the next time that they decide to be annoying. I highly doubt that they decide to be annoying, Krenos says. Especially because they are always annoying. I think they are just naturally like that with no choices involved at all. Harry laughed at that. He did honestly think the same thing. Those three were definitely way too annoying for them to ever actually choose that. As Krenos had just said, they could only be that annoying if they were just naturally that way. So, if anger is my biggest trigger for my powers, should I try and be angry whenever I try and use them on purpose? Harry asked Krenos. That's actually a very bad idea, Krenos tells him. Since our powers come from our emotions, then relying on negative emotions would cause our magic to be less controlled. Emotions like anger, sadness, and heartbreak have been known to cause our powers to react, but not in stable ways. Those types of emotional magic can cause our powers to go beyond our control. There was once a fire mage that believed that negative emotions were the best way to fuel her powers. But then she ended up losing control and burning down an entire forest because she did not have control over her fire. Oh, Harry nodded in understanding. So, I would need to find a better trigger for my powers in order to have better control. Exactly, Krenos said. And once you find the right trigger, that will make it easier for you to be able to easily use your powers. And then eventually, you will not need a trigger at all, and your powers will come as easily as it is to breathe. Krenos then waved his wand, and the plants around them all grew 3 times their size. And even some plants that looked like they needed some water sprung back to life from his magic. Your powers really are amazing. Harry would never get used to seeing such amazing magic. In every generation of the Gardner family, there is always someone born with nature magic, Krenos tells him. It is something passed down from generation to generation since our ancestor, Calliope Gardner, was one of the Olympian mages that founded the school. She was the one said to have been blessed by Demeter, the Greek goddess of nature. That is so cool. Harry was amazed the more that he learned. All of the Olympian mages were said to have been blessed by the gods, Krenos tells him. It was why they decided to open Crystal Rose, so that they could share their knowledge and experiences with the next generation. You did say that the school has been open for 4,000 years, Harry remembered from the tour. That is very impressive for any school. Crystal Rose is one of the oldest magic schools in the world, Krenos said. A fact that everyone that attends and teaches here is very proud of. Harry definitely got more and more impressed with everything that he learned. Crystal Rose was such an amazing place. That only made him even angrier with the person that put the block on him. Sirius had told him that his parents were very accepting of him being a mystic soul. There was no way that they would block their son's abilities when he showed that he was one as well. And since Dumbledore was the only one that knew where he had lived in the Muggle world, he was the only one with the power to place the block on him. What Harry didn't notice was that his focusing on his negative memories and feelings was making his powers react. The sky over the garden was darkening as dark clouds rolled in overhead. There was also the sound of thunder. Harry, Krenos put his hands on his shoulders, snapping him out of his thoughts. Harry was quick to figure out what was going on, and he took in a deep breath to calm down. The skies soon cleared up again. Sorry about that, he apologized. You can't help it, Harry, Krenos comforted him. If anything, this is showing you that you have a starting place from where you can grow in terms of controlling your powers. I wish that I had powers like yours, Harry tells the nature mage. Weather control is not as beautiful as nature magic. All magic has beauty in it, Harry, Krenos says, just as all magic has destruction as well. As a nature mage, my powers are the prime example of my favorite saying. Every rose has its thorns. I live by that. Krenos snapped his fingers and a cactus instantly sprouted from the ground between him and Harry. Harry was shocked at first, but then other plants around the garden started to glow. Music started to fill the air as the plants all magically let out the perfect melody. If Harry had not seen a similar thing happen back at number 12, he would have been so confused. And then, right in front of Harry for the second time, Krenos opened his mouth and started to sing. I just made something unexpected, something sharp, something new. It's not symmetrical or perfect, but it's beautiful, and it's mine. What else can I do? Harry was starting to think that this was actually a thing that Krenos did, bursting into song for any reason that he could get away with. Not that Harry actually saw anything wrong with that, because Krenos actually did have a beautiful voice. It was also telling how even when Krenos has said how mystic souls stay away from Muggles, he still knew Muggle music. Meaning that even though mystic souls do not care for Muggles, they do not ignore them and things that they create just because they did not like Muggles. Bring it in. Bring it in. Good talk. Bring it in. Bring it in. What else can I do? Let's walk. Bring it in. Bring it in. Free hugs. Bring it in. Bring it in. Krenos was then lifted up as he grabbed onto a vine that he had caused to come down next to him. Harry ran to follow him, and he was amazed by the sight of a giant circle of all types of roses. It was incredibly beautiful. Krenos landed in the center of the circle. I grow rows and rows of roses, Flor de Mayo, by the mile. I make perfect, practice poses, so much hides behind my smile. Harry was really seeing the deep nature of Krenos' choice of song. Just like how he felt that his powers could only cause destruction, Krenos was under the stereotype about how his magic could only make things like roses and flowers appear. It was the lesson that Krenos was trying to teach him, that there was more than one thing that could be done with their magic. What could I do if I just grew what I was feeling in the moment? Do you know where you're going? Whoa, what could I do if I just knew it didn't need to be perfect? It just needed to be? And they let me be? A hurricane of jacarandas strangling figs, big, hanging vines. This is fine. Palma de Serra fills the air as I climb, and I push through. What else can I do? Can I deliver us a river of sundew? Careful, it's carnivorous. A little just won't do. Krenos had summoned a bunch of plants when he had sung those lines. Harry did not know a lot of them, but judging by the lyrics of the song, they were definitely not as harmless as they looked. And the fact that Krenos also smirked and winked at him when he grew the plants definitely meant that he was not going to be going near those plants anytime soon. I want to feel the shiver of something new. I'm so sick of pretty. I want something true. Don't you? You just seem like your life's been a dream since the moment you opened your eyes. How far do these roots go down? All I know are the blossoms you grow, but it's awesome to see how you rise. How far can I rise? Through the roof. To the skies, let's go. Krenos took Harry's hand, and the two of them went for a ride. Krenos had grown a giant sunflower under their feet, and the two of them used it to travel all around the greenhouse. Harry was amazed by everything that he saw. The room was definitely bigger on the inside than how it looked on the outside, but he really should have expected that since the dorms were like that. So, That meant that other rooms in the school would be like that as well. And the bird's eye view made it easy to see just how amazing the entire greenhouse was. There must have been thousands of plants, trees, and flowers all over the place. Some of them had even grown so much that they were climbing up the walls of the greenhouse's glass dome walls. Harry had never seen anything so amazing in his life. A hurricane of jacarandas, who, strangling figs go, hanging vines grow, palma de Serra fills the air as I climb, and I push through. What else? What else? What can you do when you are deeply, madly, truly in the moment? Seize the moment. Keep going. What can you do when you know who you want to be isn't perfect? But I'll still be okay. Hey, everybody clear the way. Who? I'm coming through with Tababuya. She's coming through with that booyah. Making waves, changing minds. You've changed mine. The way is clearer 'cause you're here. And well, I owe this all to you. What else can I do? Harry also found another meaning to the song as Krinos was showing him just how freeing it was to just be himself. He had been forced into the golden boy role for so much of his life, both when he was in the magical world and when he had to force himself to be as behaved as possible at the Dursleys, since they punished him so hard if he even did anything slightly out of place. Not that they ever needed that much of an excuse to hurt him, anyway. But just as Krinos was singing about, it was completely useless to ever force yourself to be a role that you did not like. To really be happy, you really just needed to be yourself and not what others wanted you to be. And it was a lesson that Harry was definitely going to be taking to heart. Show and what you can do. What else can I do? There's nothing you can't do. What else can I do? As Krinos finished the song, the two of them had fallen into a big pile of flower petals. They laughed as they just had fun. Harry looked at Krinos with a big smile. I cannot wait to see what I can do, he said. Chapter 33, Control the Storm. Chapter 33, Control the Storm. That's it, Harry, Krinos instructed him. All you need to do is focus, and then you will have more control of your powers. Harry was taking in deep breaths as he was holding his hands up. There was a small cloud in front of him that Krinos was helping him control. The cloud was a dark gray color, but Harry was able to keep it contained. Other than that single cloud, there were no other areas being affected. It was definitely showing that Harry was doing better with his powers. I am beginning to feel like Storm from X-Men, Harry said. I always wondered if Stanley was secretly someone from the magical community, Krinos chuckled. If anything, he might have been a descendant from one of the muses with how creative that he was. You like thinking that all the best things in the Muggle world are really created by magical people, don't you? Harry chuckled. Well, it's not like mundanes have ever been anything other than violent people that attack others just for being different. Krinos crossed his arms. In the magical world, there is no such thing as ism or homophobia. There are people that are racist because of blood status or creature blood, but hate will always exist no matter what. Why do you all hate muggles, mundanes so much? Harry was still getting used to using that word instead of muggles. I noticed that everyone here does not like them. Krinos sighed. I knew this would come up sooner or later. But, in all honesty, mystic souls all believe that the magical and mundane worlds need to be kept separate. They should only ever cross if there is nothing else that can be done. Such as when a magical being is born to two non-magical people like first-generation mages. I know that things were bad in the past, but do you really think mundanes would still be as bad in modern times? Harry could not help but ask. There is a saying that mystic souls live by when it comes to the relationship between the mundane and magical worlds, Krinos says. Mundanes fear that they do not understand, and what they fear, they will try to destroy. Mundanes will never accept magic because they will never be able to fully understand it. Yes, there will be those that accept us, but the vast majority will hate and fear us. Harry was not the type of person to really want to judge others based on the actions of the few. It was why he did not hate the whole of Slytherin just because he hated Draco, Snape, Lucius, and Voldemort. But when it came to mundanes, he actually did believe Krinos. He had grown up in the mundane world, so he knew that they are quick to judge and attack based entirely on it being the easiest thing to do rather than actually trying to think of something else to do. He had experienced a lot of that as he had grown up. After all, because he had always been different, the Dursleys always called him freak. And even when it was not his relatives, it was everyone else around him. All his neighbors had chosen to believe the Dursleys' lies about him being a delinquent and a liar instead of seeing the abuse right in front of their eyes. And with his teachers at school, all of them also chose to believe the lies even when they were witnesses to when Dudley and his gang would beat him up, or when he would come to school with cuts and bruises and broken bones. So many people saw that he was not being treated right, and yet they chose to look the other way because he was different, and it was easier to look the other way. So, he did understand why mystic souls would not see any world where magic and mundanes could ever mix. I understand, Harry tells Krenos. I've lived with mundanes for most of my life, and I definitely know that they would never be okay with magic. In fact, they made their hatred of magic very clear. That is why magic and mundanes can never mix when we can help it, Krenos said. The Salem witch trials were bad enough. But there have always been cases of magical beings being treated badly simply because they were magical. There is a special children's department at the Magic Council that works to make sure that magical children are safe. There are over a dozen cases a year about magical children being abused by their families. Most of them are first-generation mages. Their mundane parents see their powers as the devil's work, so they try and get rid of their magic. Through beatings, starvation, and even exorcisms. It's horrible what happens to these children just because they have magic. I can actually understand that more than you would think, Harry says. My mundane relatives are horrible people that believe that magic is wrong. They refer to all of us as freaks, Krenos guessed. Harry nodded. Yeah. How did you know? When you summoned that lightning bolt, it was only after that bossy girl called my cousin a lying freak, Krenos explained. Only someone that already has had a bad history with that word would react in that way. I don't really like talking about them. Harry could not meet Krenos' eye. I normally just talk about how much I hate them and how they hate magic. I don't like saying anything more. And you don't have to say anything if you do not want to. Krenos put a hand on his shoulder. Harry, I am not going to press for information that you would rather keep to yourself. If you want to tell me, then you will. And if you don't want to, I am fine with that as well. Harry was very thankful for how Krenos would not press him for information. He never was able to meet anyone like that before he met Sirius. Fred and George never pressed him for anything, but they already knew about his home life. And yet, when it came to so many other people in his life, they were always trying to pry into his business. They actually believe that just because he is their precious boy who lived, they have the right to know everything about him. It really drove him crazy. Thanks, Krenos. Harry smiled at him. Anytime. Krenos smiled back at him. Also, I have now discovered what sadness does to your powers. Krenos pointed at the cloud that Harry still had in front of them. But instead of thunder and lightning, snow was coming from the cloud. It showed that Harry's emotions really did greatly affect his powers. Harry tilted his head to the side, intrigued by his own powers. I am both shocked that I made snow and relieved that I did not lose control while we had been talking, he said. I think that is because you have been using magic for the past few years, even if it was not your mystic soul magic, Krenos guessed. Those that already have a basic understanding of magic usually have subconscious control over their powers. Your powers had been blocked before, which was why you had such extreme bursts of emotional mystic soul magic before. But now that your powers have been unblocked, I am able to have easier control of them. Harry was able to finish Krenos' sentence. Exactly, Krenos smiled at him. You are definitely going to do well in power control class. Harry smiled as he then looked at his cloud. It was still snowing, but not as bad as it had been before when Krenos had pointed out what his emotions had caused. A small pile of snow had still managed to be made even from the short time that snow had been coming from the cloud. Harry wondered if he could maybe try to make it snow more on purpose. After all, he was supposed to be learning to control his powers. So, he focused on the cloud as he tried to make it snow more. He also kept in mind that Krenos told him not to rely on his negative emotions since that could cause him to lose control of his magic. He needed to make sure that he would be able to use his magic when he wanted to, and not when his emotions wanted him to. So, he stared at the cloud as he tried to will more snow to fall. The cloud soon darkened, as if it was a real cloud that was about to unleash a serious storm. Krenos stood back in order to watch, while also keeping a safe distance in case anything went wrong. He did not do well with cold weather, snow, or ice. It was one of his weaknesses because of his powers. It was the same with fire magic. It was why during dueling class, his worst opponents were Abby and Mason since they had ice and fire magic. And just as Harry had been hoping, it did start to snow even more. He was really proud of himself for being able to control his powers that much. Krenos smiled at Harry, proud of him as well. I did it. Harry was shocked and pleased at the same time. You are definitely turning out to be a natural at Mystic Soul Magic, Harry. Krenos patted him on the back. Thanks, Krenos, Harry tells him. Now, how do I stop it? Krenos facepalmed at the question. Of course, the one thing that he had forgotten to teach Harry before they started practicing with his powers would be how to stop a spell after he casts it. But it was not like it was really that possible for him to teach how to stop a spell. That was more of a natural thing then, something to be able to teach. Looks like teaching will not be a career that I will be looking at in the future, he said. The snow started to get worse and Harry really had no idea what to do. The cloud was also getting bigger, showing that he was losing more control over it by the second. Krenos, Harry called in alarm as he backed away from the cloud. I'm serious. How do I stop it? You need to will it, Harry, Krenos tells him. There is no real way to teach how to cancel or end a spell since all powers are different. The only real way is for the caster to will it to end. You have to want it to end. Powers are not only controlled by our emotions, but they are also controlled by our wills. Our powers do not control us, we control them. Harry gulped as he looked back at his cloud. It was getting even bigger as the light snow now was turning into a full-on blizzard. But I don't know how to do it. He was losing confidence fast. Harry, your doubt in yourself is only making it worse, Krenos tells him as the blizzard started spreading through the greenhouse. You need to remember that even when nobody is perfect and you are allowed to make mistakes, it is also up to you to fix those mistakes. You know that you can stop this. You just have to believe that you can. Harry listened to Krenos, but it was so hard for him to actually believe that he could stop this. He always doubted himself because of how much he was put down by others all his life. Not to mention when he had to make himself do worse than he knew that he was capable of because of those around him. Having to make his grades worse so that the Dursleys did not punish him, avoiding studying at Hogwarts because of Ron and Hermione, putting on his mask of the reckless and brave Gryffindor Golden Boy. All of it had a deep effect on him because of how long he had to act like that. He knew that he was capable of a lot more. Now that he is actually separating himself from the idiot trio and Dumbledore, he wanted to allow himself to show who he really was and how much he was capable of. But it was still hard to shake off literal years of having to hold himself back and listen to so many people around him tell him that he was a good-for-nothing freak and that he could never do anything right. Krenos, I really don't think I can do this, Harry tells the nature mage. Krenos went up to Harry and placed both hands on his shoulders and turned him so that he was facing his cloud again. Seeing the growing blizzard was not helping the nervous and new weather mage. Magic is not all about focus and trying too hard, he tells him. You cannot force something to happen. Your willpower and your heart and your instincts need to work as one. It is why being a mystic soul helps us feel so close to Lady Hecate. It is because our powers eventually become as easy to us as it is to breathe. You know that these are your powers, and you are the one in control. All you need to do is take in a deep breath and remember how you know what to do. You have the instincts, and now you need to put them to good use. Krenos stepped away in order to give Harry room to do his magic. Literally, Harry took a deep breath as he looked at the cloud. The blizzard was getting even worse and most of the greenhouse plants were not covered in a layer of snow. He was hoping that none of the nature mages at the school would hold this against him in the future. He held his hands out to the cloud and took in another deep breath. He needed to calm himself down in order to really be able to have more control of his powers. But at the same time, he kept in mind what Krenos also said about a lot of magic being about instincts and not trying to force his magic to do as he wants. He took in more deep breaths as he calmed himself down even more. And when he opened his eyes, they were once again the color of storm clouds. And he gently lowered his hands, which also brought the cloud down with them. The lower that Harry brought his hands, the less powerful the blizzard got and the smaller the cloud became. By the time Harry's arms and hands were back at his sides, the cloud was gone and the blizzard had stopped. Everything was still covered in a layer of snow, but at least there was no longer a blizzard happening. I did it, Harry smiled brightly. I knew that you could, Krenos said. I might have said that you were a natural at being a mystic soul, but everyone makes mistakes. Sorry about the snow, by the way. Harry rubbed the back of his neck as he nervously chuckled. Oh, that's no problem, Krenos said. Nature's sunlight. He held his hand up to the top of the glass dome that was over the entire greenhouse. Multiple large sunflowers grew over their heads. They all glowed as they shined with sunlight. It soon got hotter in the greenhouse. Is there anything that you can't do with your powers? Harry asked, chuckling. There are a lot of things, but they are things that I don't really care about doing anyway, Krenos said, such as making gold, shape-shifting, talking to animals, things like that. I stay in my lane just like everyone else does. I like my powers just the way that they are. My flowers should clean up the snow in no time. I'm still sorry about what happened, Harry tells him. I guess that I need more practice. No one is perfect, Krenos tells him. You will be able to control your powers eventually. While you may think that those like Melody and myself have always been able to easily control our powers, we did have trouble growing up. I would sometimes want a flower, and yet I would grow a cactus instead. Or the time that I wanted to grow an apple tree, and I got a bush of poison ivy instead. And that is not even touching about all the trouble Melody had controlling her powers when she was younger. I heard that. Melody then appeared in a swirl of musical notes. You were meant to, sis, Krenos chuckled. I know that you can hear a lot because of your musical powers. Melody rolled her eyes. Having a brother like you is exhausting. I hope you know that. You love me, and you know it, Krenos smirked. Unfortunately, I do, Melody giggled. What happened in here, anyway? I passed by Lily on my way here, and she was ranting about how blizzards have no place in a greenhouse. And judging by snow that I can still see on the ground, something definitely happened. What happened was that Harry needs to learn that when it comes to controlling his powers, slow and steady wins the race. Krenos smirked at Harry as he said that. Harry blushed and rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Krenos really was getting to be like a brother, with how he was both very kind and loving, while also tending to tease him a lot. I'm working on it, Harry said. Plus, being indoors probably helps my control since being outside might accidentally have me causing an even bigger storm. It is better to be safe than sorry, Melody agreed with the logic. I told Harry that because of how he does have the basics down, he would do good at power control class, Krenos said. The basics are a lot more important than most people think that they are, Melody says, even after what has just happened. I am looking forward to classes starting tomorrow, Harry said. Unicorn and Siren have a lot of classes with Winter Wolf, so we can help you whenever you need it, Krenos said. Also, do not be afraid to ask. I won't, Harry smiled at them. He was both looking forward to the new classes as well as nervous about them as well. He would just have to wait and see. Chapter 34. First Real Day as Crystal Rose Students. Chapter 34. First real day as Crystal Rose students. Harry did not know what to expect when it came to the new classes he would be taking at Crystal Rose. He was aware that there were classes that would be similar to the ones at Hogwarts, but most of them would be new. Plus, even for the ones similar to Hogwarts classes, he knew that they would still be different. After all, they would actually have good teachers this time. Or, at least that is what Harry hoped. Potions and mythology and history were the two classes that he really wanted to see be better than they were at Hogwarts. After all, Potions class was a complete nightmare for anyone not in Slytherin, and History of Magic was basically nap time. Not even the most knowledge-loving of Ravenclaws are able to stay awake in his class. Since he was aware of how the teacher for Potions was also the older sister of Abby and Cryo, two friends of Krenos and Melody, he hoped that she did not play favorites. Since Krenos and Melody did not warn him about her, he figured that she was a good teacher. He knew the twins well enough to know that they were both very honest people, and they would only keep a secret if they thought someone would hurt. Another if the secret was known, such as how they were keeping Harry's powers a secret because of those like Dumbledore and the British Ministry. They would definitely do something to him if they were aware of Harry being a mystic soul. And when it came to a real history class, Harry was definitely hoping for two things. 1. To actually learn something rather than just sitting there and falling asleep. And 2. That the teacher was not a ghost since he still was confused about how Binns was able to grade papers when he was like that. The only thing that class was is a waste of time. But probably the thing that Harry was hoping for the most would be that he did not lose control of his powers during class. Sure, he was able to calm down his snowstorm, but he had no practice in actual situations where he could lose control, such as if any of the other Hogwarts students caused problems. And by Hogwarts students, he was really thinking of Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Malfoy, or any other of the bullies that run around Hogwarts and go unpunished for their actions. After he got up, he became really thankful for how the dorms at Crystal Rose were. All the students had everything they needed in their own rooms, rather than having to share. Their own wardrobes and closets, rather than keeping everything in their trunks. Their own bathrooms for extra privacy, and just generally having their own rooms. Harry was used to being alone, so it had been hard for him to have dorm mates at Hogwarts. Plus, Ron's snoring was hated by everyone because it kept them all awake while he slept like a log. As he got dressed, Harry also smiled at how he no longer needed to wear a uniform. All the different clothes that the students wore made the school stand out even more. Seeing the students from all over the world wearing clothes that represented their countries and cultures, not to mention their own personal styles, was incredible. And since Sirius had given him his brother's old clothes that actually fit him, he did not have to worry about looking bad by wearing Dudley's very oversized stuff. Plus, Sirius also added some of his own stuff from when he was Harry's age, and that all fit him as well. Though, Harry suspected that the clothes had some type of charm or spell on them in order to make them fit whoever was wearing them. From his wardrobe, he chose one of Sirius's old blue silk shirts. Even as a Gryffindor, Sirius surprised Harry by telling him how his favorite color was actually blue. He also wore a pair of his old black pants. He also put on a pair of Regulus's old silver dragonhide boots. He tried to tame his hair, but it proved useless as usual. The last thing he put on was a pair of Sirius's old gray leather cuff bracelets that had lion designs on them. As he went down into the dorm common room, there were already a lot of Crystal Rose students already there and ready to head to breakfast. Harry went over to where he saw Chala, Hawk, and White. "You excited for class, Harry?" Chala asked him. "Anything can be better than the classes at Hogwarts," Harry tells him. "It can't be that bad," White says. "I know that wand users are far behind Mystic Souls, but Hogwarts is said to be the best school in the world for wand users. That is only because you have probably only heard that from British wizards," Harry said. "But, in my experience, I have had classes with a ghost that puts his students to sleep, a potion professor that bullies 3/4 of the school, defense against the dark arts teachers that are actual dangers to their students, and a divination teacher that constantly predicts my death every time she sees me." That information made the 3 Mystic Souls go speechless. They had never heard of anything like that happening at any school. Yeah, there are schools that may have questionable things happening within their walls, but the things that Harry was saying were beyond shocking. "I don't think I have ever been this shocked about another school before," White says. "Why on earth and how on earth can all of that happen?" Hawk was so shocked. "And in a school of all places. Just as I told you, the school is not as good as British people make it seem," Harry tells them. "Especially since I started going there. I call it my Potter luck. Most of the defense teachers did try and kill me, even when I had been 11. Okay, I know that we fight demons that go after anyone no matter their age, but that is just really messed up," White said. "The only time that we have ever had any problems with our teachers was when they were either possessed or corrupted by a demon," Hawk says. "But at least we know that their actions are not their own." "Can't say the same for my teachers," Harry crossed his arms. "Especially Snape, since he probably has been a bully since his first day of teaching." "You also said that your divination teacher always predicts your death," Chala raised an eyebrow. Harry nodded. "Yeah, divination can't even be taught," Chala said. "You either have the gift to see the future, or you don't. There is no way to actually teach it. Sure, tarot cards and tea leaves can still be used, but those only really work with gypsies and Wiccans. Wand users," Hawk rolled his eyes. "Not a bit of logic or reason in them. I wouldn't be surprised if they believe that ridiculous rumor around the magical world that claims that there is no way to use magic to create edible food." "I am liking you guys more and more every day," Harry laughed. He may be British, but that did not mean he did not love hearing them all roast the British magical community. After all, it was not like they were saying anything that was actually wrong. He only took divination because he was still a love-starved kid that wanted to do things that he thought would keep him liked by his so-called friends. So, he just signed up for the same classes as Ron did. Fred and George had been trying to get him to show his brain power and his love of learning for years. And now, they were finally going to get their wish. Time jump brought to you by my lack of desire to write a breakfast scene. LOL. Harry nearly skipped as he made his way to his first class with Chala, Hawk, and White. The three of them all thought he was adorable as he acted like that. It was no wonder why Krinos and Melody were already so fond of him when he really was an adorable kid at heart. Harry really did have a way of sneaking into the hearts of those around him and making them all care about him. Only those that were truly heartless were not affected by Harry's loving nature. Cough Snape cough asterisk asterisk asterisk. The first class that they would be going to would actually be potions. Harry could not help but be worried. After all, as much as he tried to prepare himself, he knew that making potions was not his strong suit. Plus, he still had to worry about Snape. The teachers at Hogwarts were also taking part in the field trip by being in the classes that relate the most to their own. It would be a way for the teachers to compare their teaching styles as well as what they actually teach to what goes on at Crystal Rose. Though, it was also Dumbledore's way of spying on the Crystal Rose teachers to see which ones he would try to recruit to his cause. Though, already Harry could tell that this potions class was going to be different. For one thing, they were not in any dungeon. The area of the school that the classroom was in actually seemed to be near the greenhouse. Plus, it was not dark or gloomy but had a sense of warmth to it. It was a pretty big classroom with rows of tables with cauldrons already on them. The walls were also lined with shelves with dozens upon hundreds of potion ingredients on them. But the best part was the fact that the roof was a glass dome with multiple windows of it open. That way, the potion fumes could escape and not be trapped in the classroom. There were also plants growing around the walls as well. Professor Gold was already in the classroom when everyone walked in. The teachers, while looking more professional, also did not have a uniform to wear just like the students. She was blonde like both of her younger siblings, but her hair was long and straight while also being tied into a long braid. She wore an elegant white A-line dress that went down to her knees. Around her waist was a sliver belt, matching the silver wedge heel boots on her feet. And over her dress was a bright blue jacket with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. She was obviously one of the youngest teachers in the school. Snape soon made his own appearance after all the students got into the classroom. He glared at Harry before standing near Professor Gold's desk. She obviously noticed what he did, but she did not say anything. She smiled at all her students, the class being with both Winterwolf and Mermaid. Melody smiled at Harry from her seat next to him. She had sat there when everyone had come in. It was very easy to see that the students were definitely more used to house unity than Hogwarts was, as everyone was mixing up who they sat with rather than just remaining with their own house. "Welcome to the first potions class of the year, students," Crystal said as she smiled at everyone. "For those of you visiting from Hogwarts, I am Professor Crystal Gold and I will be teaching you potions this year. Now, let me start off the classes I do with every other first class that I have at the beginning of the year, with a review of potion safety." That was definitely a shock to the Hogwarts students. They never were taught anything to do with safety when making potions. Any mistakes made were only met with scolding and punishment from Snape. He never would tell them what they did wrong or how to avoid it. "Just relax," Melody whispered to Harry. "You will get the hang of these classes sooner or later. Just give it time." Harry nodded at her, thankful for the calming words, especially since he did not want to cause any rain inside the classroom with his nervousness. "First question," Crystal started the mini quiz. "What are two ingredients that should not be mixed?" She called on Hawk. "Wrath Essence and Black Poppy," he answered. "When mixed together, those two ingredients cause an explosion that unleashes toxic smoke." "Correct," Crystal says. "Does anyone else have an example of two ingredients that should not be mixed together?" She called on White. "I have newt and burdock root," he said. "The last time those two ingredients were used together, the brewer's entire potions lab was blown up by the explosion that the ingredients caused." "Correct," Crystal says. "When making potions, one of the most important things to know is the relationship that some ingredients have with each other. That is the reason why when potions are first created, the ingredients that are used are what make them work. Such as when making a sleeping potion, you cannot use things like lemon or limes because they are naturally sour. They are more used for energy potions. Now, who can tell me what is one of the most dangerous potions to make?" She chose Melody. "The vanquishing potions for upper-level demons," she answered. "Not only are they more dangerous because the ingredients can cause powerful backlash when added to the potion, but the ingredients themselves are also very hard to get as well. And for our guests, would you mind telling them why they are so hard to get?" Crystal almost looked smug as she requested that. Melody was slightly smirking as she answered. It is because the main ingredient of vanquishing potions for upper-level demons is the actual flesh from the demon. That certainly got the Hogwarts students to all gulp. None of them have ever met a demon before, but they certainly had heard a lot of things because of overhearing casual conversations about them that the Crystal Rose students would have. Demons sounded really dangerous, so the idea of actually going near one of them enough to get a piece of flesh completely terrified them. Professor Gold continued to quiz all of the students on the basics of potion safety. The Hogwarts students were actually shocked that so many things could actually go so wrong while brewing. Sure, they had seen plenty of disasters during their classes, but that was really because of the constant sabotage of the Slytherin. They knew that potions can go wrong, such as the number of times where Neville's cauldron has either exploded or melted, but now they actually knew how people could actually die from poorly made potions. Harry could not help but also steal glances at Snape every once in a while as Professor Gold was teaching them. He definitely looked to be agitated because his own horrible teaching methods were being thrown at him while Professor Gold was not even trying. There were a few of his own Slytherins and Mermaid. So, seeing them look at him with questioning looks while they were being taught by Professor Gold must have really made him mad. After all, he never taught any of them safety. Even his own Slytherins were practically left on their own during class. He really was a horrible teacher. They were all seeing it while finally having a good potions class. Professor Gold assigned them a simple potion to start with so that they could test out the waters and see how much they could need to catch up the Hogwarts students when it came to their potion knowledge. After all, they had to be behind Crystal Rose since wand user schools were always beyond Mystic Soul schools. They were just not as prepared when it came to the more difficult potions that the magical world has to offer. So, Professor Gold assigned them the Stun Potion. It was a potion meant to stun an opponent similar to the Stupefy spell. "Your teacher is really good," Harry tells Melody while they were working on their potion. "Professor Gold may have only been teaching for a few years after our previous professor was killed by demons, but she is loved by everyone," Melody tells him. "She may have 2 siblings as students, but she never once showed favoritism to them or anyone else." "That is certainly a change from my potions class back at Hogwarts," Harry says. "That man certainly has not stopped glaring at you pretty much since he entered the room." Melody stole a glance at Snape. "That's the nicest thing that he has ever done when around me," Harry said. "You have got to be kidding me." Melody raised an eyebrow. "I wish that I was," Harry said. "Can it really be that?" Melody was cut off. "Do try and actually pay attention to your potion, Potter." Snape seemed to materialize in front of Harry and Melody's table. "Maybe if you actually paid any attention to what you were doing, you would not be such a horrible excuse for a student. Not that I really expect you to do that with how arrogant you are." "Mr. Snape," Crystal glared at the greasy-haired man as she walked over when she heard that. "That is no way to talk to a student. I am simply trying to keep his arrogance from causing a disaster as he does back in my own classroom." Snape glared back at her. "Expect that Mr. Potter has done nothing to earn your very unprofessional treatment," Crystal argued with him. "As long as he and Mississippi Gardner are working on their potion, which you both are doing very well, then they are allowed to talk to each other. It is only a problem if their conversation disturbs the other students. And since it is obviously not, you will leave Mr. Potter alone." Her eyes flashed blue just to show that she was definitely not messing around when it came to her words. "You do not know Potter as I do, so you need to stay in your lane while I stay in line," Snape snapped at her. "Mr. Potter is currently one of MY students." Crystal returned the snap. "So, he is in my lane. How about you just stay in your lane, which I hope is very far away from here? You do not have the same authority that you have at your school. So, I suggest you listen to me before I show you what a real cold shoulder looks like." Her eyes glowed again as the room also became colder because of her powers. Snape basically stomped off as if he was a child throwing a tantrum. He just stood by the desk again, glaring at Harry. Professor Gold rolled her eyes at the unprofessional behavior. She then walked to another student that raised her hand to ask a question. "Your teacher rocks," Harry tells Melody. "I know," Melody giggled. They continued to work on their potion, while also talking about random stuff that they want to, such as their favorite music, favorite food, as well as Harry's progress in learning to control his powers. Things were pretty calm, until, bam, everyone turned as they saw the potion that Megan Jones and Susan Bones were working on had exploded. Their cauldron also broke from the force, and the potion was spilling out onto the floor. Everyone acted instantly to stop themselves from getting ruined shoes and burned feet because of the potion. They were either on their stools or floating in the air, and there was even one boy that had actually jumped onto the wall where he was actually sticking to it. Professor was quick to act. She aimed her hand at the cauldron and potion, blasting it with her ice magic. It instantly all froze. She then went over to check on the two girls. "Oh, you poor dears," she said. "You must have added the ginger before the mandrake root by mistake. A common error. Let's get you both to the infirmary and healed." "White, do you mind?" "Not at all, Professor," the nature beast mage said as he guided the girls out the door. The Hogwarts students were speechless at what they just witnessed. Not their new teacher's powers, but how she reacted to what had happened. She did not scold Susan and Megan. She comforted them and also told them what they did wrong. Snape never did either of those things. None of them could actually believe that a potions class could actually be this good. And yet, it was all happening right in front of them. "Seriously, she rocks," Harry said again. Melody giggled again, though she was definitely going to be asking more about Snape in the future. Though, she could already tell that she was probably going to be tempted to use her sonic scream on him when she hears what Harry tells her.